All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Chang podcast. This is episode 64 featuring Cody, aka Kavion Koi. What's up, Kay? How are you doing today? Welcome to the podcast.
Thanks for having me, man. I'm excited to be here, excited to share a little bit about myself, a little bit about my community, so people know me for more than just being like the 15th best caster in the community.
Already getting jokes to start things off. I like it. Well, guys, thanks for tuning in. We've already hit 64 episodes, which is absolutely insane. On the bottom right, you guys could see my Instagram handle and Kay's Twitter handle. So if you guys want to drop us follows on those platforms, feel free to do so. We do have two special commands for each of these podcasts. The first one is !podcast. In short, it summarizes why I host these type of podcasts, these one-on-one settings. But in short, it's to get to know my friends on a more personal and intimate level, where we talk about their life experiences and whatever they want to share at their own level of comfort. Other than that, we have !guest. Kay is a Twitch streamer, a fellow Twitch streamer in the community. So there is a direct link. You guys could drop him a follow, show some love. Yep, that is !guest and !podcast. All right, we're just gonna get started. I like to call you Kay, but you also go by Cody. Give us a brief introduction. Yeah, other way around. But yeah, give us a brief introduction about yourself. Include some of your hobbies and interests.
Okay. My name is Cody, but most people know me as Kavion Koi, just K, just Koi. I am a Twitch streamer, kind of, sort of. I do variety, so mostly play Valorant. I also do homework. I play Destiny 2, Hades sometimes. Yeah, really just like whatever I feel like playing at the time, and I want to hang out with people. As far as hobbies, I sing. I've been singing since I was like 3, and I'm now much older than 3. I also play a little bit of guitar, but I mostly just play guitar so that I can sing. I'm not like a great guitar player or anything. I play sports my whole life. My main sports are now softball because I'm an old man, but softball, soccer, and volleyball. Yes, I do also play Genshin Impact, for those who wonder. I like hanging out. People confuse that I am an extrovert because once I get to know people, I'm very excited and like good at talking, but I don't recharge off of being around people. I recharge off of being alone. So I consider myself an introvert. I also hate meeting people. Like, I get really nervous meeting people and like doing stuff that puts me in the spotlight. So yeah.
Thank you for that brief introduction. So, talking about singing, at the end of the podcast, I usually give time to some guests to allow them to sing. Do you want to take a shot with that? Give us a good song.
I may or may not have something prepared already,
and that is perfectly fine.
It might come up.
Good. All right, more so about your personality, other than you stating that you're more of an introvert, how else would you describe yourself?
Starting off with the hard questions. Let's see. I'm really chill, really laid back. As far as like, normal everyday life, I love people, so I love like hyping up my friends, making them feel good about themselves. I also really enjoy like listening to people. So a lot of times, like, I try to engage once I'm comfortable with you, of course. Like, I don't really do this for everybody, but like once I'm comfortable with you, if I know that something's wrong, I try to within reason try to get them to talk if they're having issues. That way, because I know a lot of people like feel like they don't have somebody they can listen to. So Giving people that ear is something that I consider myself very good at. Other than that, yeah, I'm pretty much just chill. Like I try to go with the flow as much as I can.
Hmm. Okay, for sure. So we're gonna start things off talking literally about your childhood, the very beginnings of your life, all right? So give us an overview of what you went through since the day you were born up until, let's say, the end of high school, and then I'll ask you specific questions.
Okay. Well, I was born. I started crying, and that was the last time that I ever cried in my entire life. Not really, but seems like it sometimes. The earliest memory that I can really remember is being like 1 or 2, and my sister had chickenpox, and this was back in the time when everybody was like, "Oh, well, if one kid has chickenpox, we put them all together." So my sister got it, then I got to get it, and then we took like an oatmeal bath together or something. I don't know why that was a thing, but apparently back in the 90s, at least in the early 90s, it was a thing to make your kids take oatmeal baths if they had chickenpox. Let me see. And then my parents got divorced when I was like 3-ish. And I moved with my dad down to Georgia. We were living in, I guess technically we were in Georgia at the time. And when they first got divorced, my sister and I moved with my mom to Ohio for like, I don't know, like 6 months. And then we moved back down to Georgia with my dad. My dad got remarried. And then let's see, elementary school was like I don't really feel like elementary school was weird that much, except because both of my parents were in the military. I moved to Germany when I was like 2nd grade or 3rd grade, so I lived over there in Germany for 2 years, and then came back to the US in 5th grade. um 5th grade was fine, and then I was at a really small school for 5th grade, and then I moved into middle school, and that was like the bigger town around. And it was different. It was a different experience. It was a whole bunch of people. It was still small enough to be like a small town kind of feel. So like everybody knew everybody. But it was big enough that there was like so many people that I didn't know and wasn't comfortable with. So middle school and high school were like a little challenging, especially for somebody who doesn't like meeting new people. So I had enough like friends, like friends that I like, people that I knew, but I didn't really have anybody that I was like really super close to, probably until I got to college. But
Just to be clear, when you moved back in 5th grade to the US, where did you stay? Like which state?
We moved back to Georgia.
Got it.
Yeah, so pretty much my entire life was made living in Georgia in some form. I've played baseball since I was like, my dad told me that I technically was like standing up, hitting a baseball off of a tee, like those little plastic baseballs and bats. Like I was doing that before I could technically even walk properly. So I played baseball pretty much up until middle school. And some stuff happened that we can get into at a later point. But basically, I got into a little bit of trouble, which for most people, the level of trouble that I got into would be like, that's stupid. But my parents were like super, super strict, being military and stuff like that. So basically, they pulled me off the baseball team both years that I was in middle school. And then when I went to high school, our high school coach was one of the middle school coaches as well. And if you didn't play in middle school and you were from the area, you didn't play on the high school team. So I swapped over to soccer when I got to high school. Played that for like 4 years. Wasn't particularly good, but I was decently athletic. So I was on the team every year and played like a good amount, but I wasn't like scoring goals like crazy or doing anything really cool. Um, I did band through middle school and high school. I played bassoon from sixth grade until my sophomore, not my sophomore, my senior year. Um, and then my sophomore year, I started playing bass guitar in the jazz band. So I did that for my last 3 years. Um, I don't know. I didn't really like I said, I didn't really have a lot of like friends. So I wasn't like going out and hanging out with people or really getting into any crazy trouble. It's pretty much like I go to school, I do, normal school stuff, and then I go home and just kind of like hang out at my house, watch TV, read books, practice whatever sport on my own. Yeah, it's pretty much like the general scope of life.
The overview, yeah, up until the end of high school.
Yeah.
For sure. Okay. Wait, so as of now, are you? Oh wait, no, that was in high school. We'll get to that because I was about to ask about your transition to where you're at now, living wise.
Oh, that's a long time after high school.
Got it. No worries, we'll get there. So, about your childhood, considering that your parents, they have a military background, how do you think that differs? I know you mentioned that they're more strict, but what are your ways of explaining that, comparing to like other parents?
Really, I just get in trouble over dumb shit. So like going back to that example, right? So when I was in 7th grade, I had finished all of my work in class and I started reading a book, and the teacher wrote me up because we weren't supposed to be doing other things in class other than the work, even though I was already done. And my parents pulled me off the baseball team for it. Not like you hear the stories where like the dads come out and they're like, hey, you're not playing this game because you got in trouble at school, your grades weren't good, stuff like that. No, it was like straight like, no, you're off the team, good luck next year.
Wow.
And then just like I don't want to say the temper was necessarily like a faster reaction than other people's parents, but there was a lot less patience, if that makes sense. So like less room for making mistakes and them just being like, oh, it's okay, you're a kid, you're gonna make mistakes. It was like, oh, you didn't do your chores today, you're grounded for 2 weeks. Not like, oh, you have a chance to make it up. It's like, oh, well,
yeah,
like straight, you do something wrong, you get the punishment. We don't really have we're not going to give you any of the leeway.
Yeah, so they weren't really lenient. Got it. Okay, my boba is here. I'm gonna grab it really quick.
I want some boba.
I'll be right back.
Imagine Wilson not ordering me boba. That's crazy, right? Hello, everyone. It's time for ASMR sessions with KV and Koi while Wilson's gone. I hope that you are all having a fantastic day, and I love you all very much.
Alright, we got the boba. So back on the topic with your parents, right? So how would you describe your relationship with them from before versus now, but also your sister? Because I don't know if you have any other siblings that you've mentioned.
I do also have a half brother, but he really only lived with me until I was like 12.
Okay, so you can include your brother, like relationship with all of them from before versus now.
Dang, that's a tough question. I don't want to sound ungrateful, but I don't necessarily have the closest relationship with really anybody in my family. Not that I necessarily dislike them. Okay, so my dad was always gone, right? Because army stuff. So he was always like deployed or something. So, um, I wasn't like necessarily as close to him as I could have been when I was younger. Um, and then my sister and I were like always fighting about one thing or another because she's very like overboard with being like controlling and like the ultra. She had the firstborn syndrome, but she
Older.
was the
Okay.
middle child. So she not only had middle child syndrome, but first child syndrome at the same time. So we were fighting at least once a day, like every day, for however long it was until she moved out. My brother's super cool. I really like my brother, but because, like I said, he moved out when I was 12, I'm not like necessarily particularly close to him, but I do like him. We talk like every 2 or 3 months. I definitely talk to him more than I talk to my sister, even though my sister and I are like cool now.
Yeah.
And then as far as nowadays with my parents, I feel really bad about it all the time, but like I don't really talk to them that much just because I don't know. I guess it's really weird. You know how like if you're in a relationship with somebody or you're like in a friendship with somebody and you can tell that they really like you and you don't necessarily really like them. And so it's kind of like it gets to a point where you're just kind of a little uncomfortable with the situation because it feels like they're investing a lot more into it than you are. I don't know if you've ever.
Mm-hmm.
And so I guess it's kind of how I feel in a broader sense with my parents because like my mom's like always texting me and being like, I'm really sad that you haven't talked to me in like a week or blah blah blah, and I'm just like, yo, I'm grown up. I moved out of the house, like, and it feels weird because you talk to other people, especially like because I'm in the military also. So you talk to other people, and they're like, I talk to my parents every weekend, or like once a night I'll like message my mom and be like, hey, I did this today, and tell her about my school day, and I'm just like, if my mom talks to me once a month, she's happy at this point. So I do feel a little bad in that sense. But at the same time, it's like I don't necessarily feel close enough to them that I feel the need to be talking to them all the time.
Yeah. That's okay. That's how your life is right now. Mm-hmm. Just out of curiosity, what's the age gap between you and your siblings? Just to see like what that dynamic was.
I think my brother he's 85, so he's 7 years older than me. And my sister is 2 years older than me.
Got it.
So close enough that we were like in the house at the same time.
Yeah.
Not close enough that we were like consistently doing stuff together.
So just to talk about the places that you've lived, how would you describe the diversity and background of, let's say, Georgia to Ohio to Germany back to Georgia?
Ohio, I was too young to remember, but okay. I've heard, I've visited my mother a few times when I was younger, and I just hear that it's a terrible place to live. But Georgia, at least the area that I was from, it was like probably a really good like 45-45 split between like redneck white people and then African Americans, and then you'd have like 7 to 8% of Hispanics, and then a very, very small minority of Asian people. Like when I was in school up until I graduated and moved on to like the actual big city that's near me. There was one Asian person in my high school, and he was a transfer student, like my junior year.
Yeah.
And then, um, in Germany, it was mixed because it was a bunch of military people, and I went to school like on the base, so it was pretty mixed as far as like who all was represented there. But I was only there for like 2 years, so it wasn't like a super like long impression or anything about it.
Mhm. Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
I am from very small town Georgia. Like my actual town that I lived in or lived next to didn't even have a stoplight. So
Oh, interesting. But that is Georgia specifically. Okay, okay. And for yourself, by any chance, did you like speak different languages to your parents? Like, what are their like, what is your ethnic background?
you ready for this?
Yeah.
I'm white, with a little bit more white, and then after that, some more white. Apparently, I'm like 1/64th or 1/32nd Spanish, and the same with Cherokee. But the only time that anybody ever notices is apparently I have very like Native American cheekbones. That's what people tell me.
Mm-hmm.
But my dad's first marriage, he was married to a Hispanic lady. So my brother's like half Mexican. And so he knew a little bit of Spanish, but he also was a Arabic linguist in the military. I didn't learn any Arabic from him, but I did used to speak a decent amount of Spanish. And then when I was like in school, I did Spanish in high school for 3 years. And then when I was in college, I was minoring in Spanish. So pretty much up until the time that I left high school or until I left college, I was about as close to fluent as you can be without like actually immersing yourself in the culture.
Yeah.
Then I moved around for the last 8 years and lost all of it. But yeah, so Spanish a little bit at home, but pretty much the majority of it was just really bad English.
Mm-hmm.
Mostly because my dad's originally from Chico, and apparently in NorCal, like NorCal, they speak kind of weird. And him taking that to the South and trying to learn how to speak like he's Southern, that's a bad mixture. And so he's an interesting person to talk to. I'll say that.
Got it. So you mentioned that your parents divorced when you were 3, right? I know you were super young, but have you ever reflected on that, or do you know if you had any like thoughts or emotions about your parents splitting up at that time?
I think at the time I was probably too young to understand what was happening.
Mm-hmm.
The older that I got, up until probably when I graduated from high school, I always held a little bit of a grudge towards my mom, or my mother, as I call her. Oh, by the way, just so you guys are aware, I call my birth mom my mother and my stepmom my mom, because
Okay.
she was pretty much my mom for most of my life.
Yeah.
So I always held a little bit of a grudge and was kind of like the classic, like, why did you abandon us? You know, why'd you leave us? Blah blah blah. But I never told her.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't really get over it until my high school graduation, when she texted me the day before to tell me that she wasn't able to get off of work to come down to watch my graduation. And that was the point where I was just like, cool. And that's the end of that relationship. So good luck, have fun. Um, yeah, but I think now it's a good thing because my stepmother is a lot better of a human being than my real mother is. But at the time, probably from like 6 to about 13 or 14, I wouldn't really say that I struggled with it, but it would come in every once in a while.
Got it. So, just like imagining what you went through, two questions. So the first one, were you able to get along with your stepmom? When she first like showed up, how was the like interaction like? And secondly, based on what you said, it sounds like you hold resentment, or you did, because she left. Is that the narrative, that she left you guys, and that's why it might have like stemmed some sort of like hatred or something?
I'll answer that one first. Honestly, I don't know. I still don't know to this day because I never really cared to ask about it.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure what the exact dynamic of like why they split and whatever happened, but basically from what I was told, my dad was in a better position in his life to raise us than she was. And so we stayed with him as opposed to she moved back because she was
Okay.
originally from Ohio. So she moved back to live with her family. Um, but he was just apparently just in a better spot to raise us for whatever reason. I don't know why it was, but for whatever reason, he was in a better spot. As far as me getting along with my stepmom, yeah, no, I never had any issues. Like I said, I consider her to be like my actual mom. So like I never had any issues with um our relationship being like mom and son, anything like that. I just like I said originally, I don't consider myself particularly close to anybody in my family in that sense, but not like I don't care about them. It's just I'm not like one of those people who's like constantly needing to be in contact and like always sharing stuff with them like all the time.
Yeah. Okay, okay. Thank you for the explanation on that. Okay, so before we transition to more of like the school related childhood memories, I want to just blatantly ask you, thinking back, what would you say your favorite childhood memory is? Like on the spot.
Anywhere from like birth to graduation.
Yeah.
Um hmm. Probably. I don't even know. Probably in fifth grade when my baseball team won the little championship for baseball. Um, I like winning a lot. I'm super competitive, so I didn't win another championship after that until like 4 or 5 years ago. So
Yeah.
that's off the top of my head. Or no, actually, I take it back. The year before that, when I was pitching, the first game that I ever pitched in baseball, I threw a no-hitter. Granted, it was like fourth grade, you know, whatever. It was like 10-year-olds pitching to each other. But I threw a no-hitter and walked like one guy short of a perfect game. So that was probably the best one.
Nice. Okay. Sports related, gotcha.
Yep.
All right.
Usually.
More so on the school side of things, how did you perform academically throughout your entire educational career? You could include college too.
That's actually really easy. I was one of those lazy smart people. So like I did my homework because I had to, but I like wouldn't study and still get A's in my classes. When I got to high school, obviously it was a little bit different because high school classes are harder. But I still had I graduated with like a 96 GPA. And I think I studied for maybe like 3 of the classes that I took in high school. Pretty much outside of like doing work, like doing my homework and stuff, I was pretty much just not really doing like studying, which was a really bad habit because by the time I got to college and had to actually study, I didn't have any good study habits built up, so I ended up dropping out after 3 years.
I see. Okay, let's talk about the sports. Give us an overview of what your life was like playing each of those sports you mentioned. So baseball slash softball, soccer, volleyball. You could, yeah, just tell us what you really enjoyed about it, and I guess how you fell out if you stopped playing some of them.
I guess baseball was first. So baseball, like I said, I was basically, as soon as I was able to function as a normal human being, I was doing something baseball related. And I really enjoyed it. Honestly, if I think if the stuff in middle school hadn't happened, I would probably, I don't know if I would have actually made it as a pro baseball player, but I know that I was always better than everybody else that I was playing against up until that point. So I probably would have at least attempted to become a pro baseball player. But I was always really good. I hit well. I threw well. I pitched well. I was typically the most, if not one of the most athletic people on my team. And I was shorter. Like I didn't really have a growth spurt. I'm still not super tall at this point. But I was just like naturally gifted at sports. So, and then in 6th grade in Georgia, they don't have like rec league for 6th grade. So the only way that I would have been able to do anything baseball related is if I joined the baseball team in middle school as a manager. But that particular year, my parents weren't able to like go to school and pick me up every day because of their work. So I ended up just not doing anything that year. And that kind of let everybody else catch up. Because when you're that young, if you miss a year, everybody else starts developing and stuff. And
yeah.
So you fall behind. And by the time that I was trying out for the team in 7th grade, I was still pretty good as far as being a normal 7th grader goes. But there were kids that had been pretty much around the same people doing the same teams with the same coaches since they were like 4 or 5 years old. So it was a little bit more challenging. I still made the team though. Then my parents made me quit.
Yeah.
Then 8th grade, I came back, made the team again. My parents made me quit. That honestly is probably like my life. Well, I would say like the first big life altering moment for me is when my parents made me quit baseball. Because that was something that I was really good at. And like I said, I think that if things had turned out differently, I definitely would have pursued that path like as far as I possibly could have. But now I play softball because I still wanted to play. So my senior year of high school, I joined my church's softball league. And the big 12-year gap in between not playing in middle school and like trying to come back was definitely something to overcome. But over the last, how long has it been now? Like 10 years that I've been playing softball. I'm actually pretty good now. I played on a couple of like all base teams. When I was in Italy before I came out here, I like traveled to Germany for like big like military like Europe wide tournaments and stuff like that. Let's see, soccer. So I picked up soccer in 9th grade. Like I said, in high school I wasn't really that good. But I think the biggest reason is like that was back before like YouTube and stuff was a big thing. So like having all the access to information that people have these days, it just wasn't there. Um, I went to a small school, so like our coach, literally until my senior year of high school, my coach was like our construction teacher, and he didn't know how to play soccer. They just didn't have a soccer coach, so he was doing it. So I didn't really have anybody to learn from. And then when I got out, I still wanted to play. So I played like intramurals in college a little bit. And then once I joined the military, that's when I really started getting good because I was like out on my own. I had free time to do whatever I wanted. And I was like watching YouTube videos and like trying to figure out, proper forms to shoot and like good drills for getting better and stuff. And in 2014 or 15, I led like my league that I was playing in goals scored. And we won the championship that year.
Nice. Okay.
And so yeah, I'm definitely like significantly better now than I was then. But soccer is, as much as I love soccer and I will play soccer like all day any day, soccer is definitely like a leisure sport for me in a sense of like if I have to choose between like softball and soccer or volleyball and soccer, I'll pick those other ones before I pick soccer, mostly because it's a lot of running and I hate running. But I'm not like great compared to people that played soccer their whole lives, but I'm definitely significantly better than people that like just try to play soccer to hang out with their friends.
Yeah.
I also play flag football. I played we called it a semi-pro league, but really it was just like a unofficial flag football, like full contact league. That was in town when I was in college. I didn't even play football until I got to college and started playing like flag football and intramurals and stuff. Always liked football. It was always fun to like play backyard football and stuff, but I was, like I said, I was always really small, and I just never really got into football because it was a whole bunch of really big sweaty dudes, and I was just like, I don't like sweat. I don't really like people. I don't want anybody touching me if I can avoid it.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I started playing flag football. Really enjoyed it. Mostly played quarterback, not because I had a super strong arm, but because I was really fast. So I was good at like getting away from people. That's actually how I ended up not playing sports for the last like 3 or 4 months, but that's a story that we can get into later.
Yeah.
But pretty much since I joined the military, like year round, I've been playing softball, flag football, or soccer in some form. Like until COVID hit, there was probably not even a full month between me playing some form of sport. And then lastly, volleyball. I didn't start playing volleyball until like 2 or 3 years ago. We didn't have volleyball where I was growing up because it was really small. And I honestly don't even know if Hawaii had volleyball like on base when I lived there. I would do like beach volleyball and stuff with my friends when they were going out, but never like took it seriously until I got to Italy, and we had like this competition. I worked at the hospital. We had like this sports competition for 1 week, and we played volleyball and we lost, and I hate losing, but I could tell from playing that I had no idea how to play volleyball, but I really enjoyed it and I wanted to get better. So I started getting better and I joined our volleyball league. And yeah, that's the birth of my volleyball training arc. Hopefully one day I'll be as good or better than Hinata, but I don't quite have the vertical that he has. Yeah, so I pretty much any opportunity that I get to play volleyball, I play. So like when I went home in between Italy and like coming out here to California, like I was like browsing Facebook, the internet, like calling the rec leagues around my town and being like, "Hey, yo, y'all got some volleyball that I can like come play one time, please?" I really like volleyball. It's probably my favorite sport now that I've started playing it.
All right. Thank you for the overview. So, sounds like, yeah, you were definitely athletic, more athletic than the average person. So, what was your height comparison to others? Because you said you're not as tall as, I guess, others.
I'm 5'10" now, so like broad spectrum, I'm roughly average. But compared to like athletic males,
Yeah.
I'm a solid like 2 or 3 inches shorter than most. So I feel like most people that are like good athletes that are dudes are like 6 foot, 6'1" at least. As a kid, I was like really short. I don't think I even hit 5 foot when I was a kid until I was in high school. And then just over high school, I kind of went from like here to like here. So
wow, huge growth spurt. Yeah.
Weight wise, I don't know if you asked that, but weight wise, I'm on the slimmer. Well, I was on the slimmer side until I got surgery. But I'm on this. I was on the slimmer side. I was like, when I joined the military at 21, I was only 140 pounds at 5'10". So I was always like a lot leaner, but I wasn't like unhealthily small. I just didn't really have a lot of muscle. So I was always like super fast and really agile. Really springy. Like when I would play like backyard football with people and stuff, or like do wrestling,
yeah,
like people would put my body into really weird shapes, and I would just recover from it instantly because I was like so thin that I was kind of just more like really flexible. Yeah.
Gotcha. Other than sports and band, were you involved in other like clubs and activities?
There's church, like youth group and stuff. But in school,
No
no.
worries.
Yeah, I got hiccups. That's what happens when I get nervous. My senior year of high school, I did musical theater for like the last semester that I was there. But like I wasn't in the play or anything. I just took the class, and then we did like a senior showcase at the end of the semester where we did like we got on stage and people sang solos and stuff. But I wasn't like in the actual musical or anything.
Okay.
No, I wasn't really in clubs.
Out of curiosity, did you guys have a homecoming and prom? If so, did you go?
Yes to both. I don't think that I went to homecoming. I don't remember. I don't think I did though, because like I said, I wasn't super popular. I went to my senior prom. I went with one of my friends, just like as friends. That was super cool, but it wasn't really my vibe. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
But I guess I went. I dressed up. I wore a tux for the first time, and
Yeah.
was apparently a proper little gentleman. But yeah, it mostly was we went to prom and we were there for like an hour, and then we left, and like our little group that we were with went over to somebody's house, and we basically just like watched movies the rest of the night.
Nice, you still remember that.
Yeah.
Okay, so with everything you've done in high school, what was your high school stereotype? What were you known as from your peers, whatever you think?
Um, I don't know. I guess if I had to do a label, it would have been somewhere in between like the band kids and the weird kids. But I wasn't ever really in a particular category because I kind of loosely got along with everybody. Um, but I wasn't ever like I said, I wasn't ever like hanging out with people really outside of school. Um, but I guess if anything, because I did band for so long, it probably would have been like the band category, but not like the cool band people, like the oh you're in band, and that was it.
Yeah. So speaking of band, how did you find, I guess, passion in music, and what made you decide to like stick to it?
I don't know. I've always been good at music. I have been singing literally as long as I can remember.
Mm-hmm.
And then it was something that I was good at, and so I just kind of kept doing it. I don't think anything outside of like singing, I don't think I ever was really like, this is the coolest thing ever, I want to keep doing it forever. It was more just like, I'm good at this, so I'm gonna keep doing it until I don't have a reason to do it anymore.
Mm-hmm. Awesome. Throughout your youth, have you ever encountered any form of bullying?
Yes.
If so, okay. How did you kind of handle the situations, or what did you go through?
I wasn't ever like extreme bullied, like taken into the bathroom and beaten up, or like had my lunch money stolen or anything like that, but I was definitely like teased and made fun of like all the time. In middle school and high school for whatever reason, whether it was like in middle school I started wearing glasses, so people teased me about my glasses. um I was one of the smart kids, but I wasn't one of the cool smart kids, so people called me a nerd. um I was in band, so people called me a geek. um I wasn't very attractive, so people called me ugly. Pretty much like a lot of name calling and like um not really shunning in a sense that people wouldn't talk to me, but like kind of, it was one of those things where I was like everybody's friend. I guess I've said this a couple times. It was like I was everybody's friend, but I wasn't like, nobody was inviting me to do anything with them outside of school. It was like people would talk to me because I was at school and I was somebody to talk to at school. But when it came time to like, oh, I'm gonna pick this person to hang out with or this person to hang out with, like nobody was picking me. If that makes sense.
Got it. And aside from bullying specifically, have you ever found yourself in any forms of fights, physical altercations?
When I was in like 9th or 10th grade, I was at this Christian concert with like the one person that would have been the closest to like a real friend that I had while I was still in like middle school and high school. And we were like, yo, this concert's kind of lame. I want to go hang out over at the like the little playground that they have. And so we were over there and he was like climbing on the little like jungle gym thing, like the like dome. And some kid like pushed him off. So I ran over there and the kid, I don't know what happened between the two of them. I don't know why he was doing it, but the kid started like kicking him while he was on the ground. So I got mad about it, and I like beat his ass pretty much at a Christian concert. And that's like the one and only fight that I've ever been into.
Dang.
Yeah.
Backing up your friend. I like that.
Yeah.
Okay, so this next question can, well, it's like throughout your life, right? Even the one you had recently. Talk about the most severe injuries you've had.
Well, before November, I would have said it was one of the 6 concussions that I had. Take or pick whichever one you want to.
Jeez.
But back in November, while I was playing flag football, I tore my Achilles because I'm not as young as I used to be.
Yeah.
And that actually really sucked. Like, I didn't realize. I always wondered, like, growing up and like seeing all the like the famous sports stars and stuff like tear stuff. I always wondered what it would be like to tear something like major and like have to come back from it.
Mm-hmm.
And now that I'm doing that, I hate it. It's actually the worst. So, because I tore it like the week before Thanksgiving. So, immediately went to the emergency room that night. I was like, I'm gonna say that I don't think it's torn because I don't want it to be torn, but it's probably torn. And sure enough, they did the scans on it and they were like, yep, it's torn. Have fun.
Mm-hmm.
So I had surgery in December, about a week before Christmas, and I'm still not allowed to run. So it kind of sucks because I can't play sports. And yeah, I'm doing physical therapy once a week, like in the actual office, and then I have to go to the gym and like do my own stuff the rest of the week.
Yeah.
But it was really, really painful at first. It's more kind of like mentally painful because like I can't do the things that I know that my body should be doing. So like, for instance, I'm not allowed to run until I can do 15 single-legged calf raises. And you have no idea how hard doing a single-legged calf raise is until you have your Achilles surgically repaired. Like, I still, to this day, without holding on to the wall, cannot do a single-leg calf raise. So until I can do that, I can't run. And it's really frustrating because, like, I know that I'm athletic and I know that I'm, like, capable of doing all of this stuff physically. But I can't.
Yeah.
Literally cannot do it. Like, I will be forcing myself as hard as I can and I won't even move off the ground.
So, if you don't mind, what exactly happened if you were to like describe the event? And I'm sure this affects you physically and mentally, so yeah. What was it like?
The actual event's not anything that bad.
Uh-huh.
So I swapped to receiver this year because we have a quarterback who's like actually nasty. So I was playing a lot of receiver, a lot of safety. And it was towards the end of the game and we were winning. So we were giving people like breathers and stuff and letting them come in and out. I swapped over to go play on the line because I was like, I still want to be on the field and still catch passes, but like I'm tired. I don't want to really run anymore.
Yeah.
So I leaked out, caught a short pass, cut around 2 people, and then somebody came behind me. And pretty much, I still to this day don't know specifically what happened. I just know that I knew that this guy was behind me and I was on the ground. So everybody swears he didn't touch me, which I'm sure is true. Like, I'm not trying to say that, like, he did touch me. But just, I guess, somewhere between me recognizing that there was somebody behind me and me trying to avoid that person, I don't know if I stepped wrong or if, sometimes your body just breaks for any reason. So I don't know if that happened. I just know I went down to the ground. And I got the classic, like, That's pretty much when you tear your Achilles. Usually, people are like, "Oh, somebody kicked me in the back of the leg." Um, so I felt that as I was going down, and when I at first I was like, "Oh, well, I caught a really nasty cramp or I sprained my ankle," and then I went to stand up, and when I went to put my weight on my foot, it felt like I was stepping downhill, like on a
Yeah.
perfectly flat surface, and that was the point where I was like, "That's not a good sign."
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't know to this day specifically why it tore, um, but it happened.
Mm-hmm. Dang. Okay, so that's the injury.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So, with that being said, let's talk about give us the overview of what your life was like after high school up until today, and then I'll ask you specifics from there.
Okay. Um, let's see. So after high school, went to college, local community college. Did 3 years there. My first year, I was like semi-serious about it. Um, but after that, it was more like I'm going to college because my parents told me I have to go to college or join the military. So I'm here, but really I'm just gonna like hang out with my friends. I spent a lot of time in the game room playing ping pong, playing pool,
More
doing
stuff.
sports,
Yeah.
um, not going to class, or going to class and not doing work. Um, hung out with a lot of friends. I worked 2 different jobs while I was in college, not at the same time, but um, I worked 2 jobs while I was in college. So between going to like work and like hanging out with my friends, I definitely wasn't like really putting any effort into school. Um, and then at one point, it got to a point where I was like, well, I've taken out 2 years worth of student loans. I'm not making enough money at Firehouse subs to pay for student loans. Um, and there's other things that we'll probably get into later. So I'm gonna join the military. And so in 2013, 2013, I went to boot camp, and then because I was a medic, I went to San Antonio, and I was in San Antonio for a year. And then I went to Hawaii for 3 years, and then Italy for 3 years, and now I'm here in California because I'm changing jobs from being a medic to being a Korean linguist.
Wow. And that's where you're at now, basically, what
Yep.
you're saying.
Mhm.
So, what did you initially start majoring in within those 3 years of college, and what made you actually realize college wasn't for you, at least that path?
So I was majoring in pre-med
Okay.
because I wanted to be a neurosurgeon originally because I love the brain and I love the human body. And I think like the nervous system is low key one of the coolest things in the entire world. Like just the way that your brain works and stuff. And then I realized there was a lot of studying and I realized that I hate school. So I swapped over to kinesiology, which for anybody who doesn't know, it's the study of like human body movement because I wanted to do like either be a physical therapist or do like sport medicine. But I was still just not motivated to study or anything because I hated class a lot. I still hate class very much so. And going throughout my entire life of 18 years up to that point of not having to study and still doing really well, I think college was like a really big culture shock for me, and I was never able to really recover from it.
Mm-hmm.
So it was much easier for me to just not go to class or not study for this test and just kind of you know, do whatever. And then the girl I was dating at the time, my junior year, told me she was pregnant, and I was like, that shit's crazy. And then she wasn't pregnant. But I had already joined the military because I was like, if I'm gonna be a dad, I need a job that'll take care of a baby. And once again, Firehouse Substance take care of that.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I joined the military. Turns out she wasn't pregnant. She was lying because she was a psycho. But that's like I said, we'll get into that story later.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and so I joined the military. And then yeah, I'm here now.
Okay, which branch of the military?
I am in the Navy.
Navy, okay.
Mm-hmm.
What were your parents' thoughts about you joining the military, and were they also in the Navy?
Both of my parents were in the Army.
Okay.
And they were sad that I joined the Navy instead of the Army. But they were proud of me for joining the military.
Yeah. I'd imagine, for sure. And what was it like living in Hawaii and Italy and now Cali?
Hawaii was great, dude. I hope, so basically, when I graduate from here, I'll either go to Korea and be there, or go back to Hawaii. And if I go back to Hawaii, I will not be upset at all. It's beautiful. The weather's great. Don't get me wrong, 4 seasons are awesome, right? But you give me sunny with 75 to 80 every single day, I am set. I love the sun. I love warm temperatures. I hate being cold. I'm gonna try to not drop any F-bombs on stream, but I hate being cold. So it's nice to see snow, and it's nice to be like, oh cool, I came on vacation and there was snow. I would not want to live in the snow.
Yeah.
That's cold. Hawaii was great. The people were great. I know a lot of people always say oh, especially as a white person, you have to be careful with the locals in Hawaii because they hate white people and they hate the military and blah, blah. And I'm like, I've never had any issues the 3 years that I lived there. Mostly because I didn't act like a stupid tourist. I acted like a normal human being. And typically when you act like a normal human being around people, they also treat you like a normal human being. So, Hawaii was great. The food was great. The people were great. The views were great. Got to play sports literally all year round because it's never cold. Italy was different. I was down in Sicily, which is basically a third world country. The people there, at least around the base, hated us. And they actually hated us. I didn't like the culture very much. It was very rude for the most part, but it's kind of like how a lot of people say people from the north are rude, but that's their culture. They're used to talking in a certain way. I know that's kind of pretty much the same thing with Sicily, as they're used to living life a certain way, and it's not like they're intentionally being rude, it's just how they are. But I don't really vibe with that kind of flow. And they're super whiny all the time about everything, which I don't really like that either. But the travel was great. You could pay $20 and travel to so many different countries. I think for Thanksgiving one year, I went to Madrid, and that was $35 round trip, not including the Airbnb and stuff. But for the plane tickets, it was $35 round trip. The outside of the local area where the base was beautiful. For some reason, they managed to put the base right next to the dirtiest city in the world. But everywhere else, it was really cool. It was a lot of historical architecture and stuff. the food was amazing. Like everything is fresh down in Sicily because it's more rural, they depend a lot on agriculture.
Yeah.
So like the food was always really good, really fresh. The like there was wineries everywhere. So like like once a month people would take trips to go to wineries just to literally just to go to the winery. Not because they were gonna buy anything, but they were like, might as well go on a winery trip this weekend. And I got to play sports all year there too. Cause like um I played soccer out in town. I played softball for the base team. So like, even when we weren't in league and on base, we still played. Like we went to those tournaments in Germany and stuff. Also for soccer, I played on the base team, so we went to Germany for those tournaments as well. Um, so it wasn't too bad. There was definitely like positives to it. And then now I'm here, and the only thing that I hate about this place is how expensive it is.
Yeah. But how else would you describe the views, the food, the people?
Oh, here in Monterey?
Mhm.
The food's pretty good. I don't really go out much because COVID was happening when I first got here and everything was kind of shut down. So I don't really. I'm in a habit of not really going out too much. Plus, because I've been in the military versus most of the people that are here at the school are like straight out of boot camp. I'm not allowed to hang out with them. So I pretty much just have like one or two people that I routinely hang out with if I am going to hang out with people.
Yeah.
And both of them are also people that don't really go out much. So the majority of my time that I'm here is spent online. And it's fantastic. I also have a dog who may make an appearance later. She's awesome. Super cute, super pretty. Lots of energy. So I like take her for walks and stuff, but the views here are beautiful. Like the ocean, I can see the ocean. I guess not like a great view of it, but I can technically see the ocean from my house, or like the bay, I guess. Carmel is right down that way, and it's got some like really beautiful mountains and hills and stuff. It's like an hour and a half to San Jose, so like there's really good food there in San Jose. It's just really like specifically because I'm in Central Cal and in like the area that I'm in, like really the big issue is just that it's like $5.30 for a gallon right now.
Yeah. Oh, so you're driving around?
No, I drive to class, and that's pretty.
Got it. That's actually crazy. I had no idea that you were living in Monterey.
Yeah.
Wow. You're pretty close. Literally,
yeah, that's
an hour and 30.
Yeah, a lot of people when I tell them like I'm in Central, I'm like, because everybody's like, oh, we're in California, we're NorCal, we're SoCal, and I'm like, yo, I'm Central, and they're just like, well, like Missouri.
No, like literally.
I'm like, no, I'm like an hour and a half south of San Jose, and they're like, oh, cool. Eventually, I'll meet up with people before I leave.
Yeah, how long have you been here, and how long will you still be here for?
I got here March of last year, and I'll be here until October.
Okay.
At least I'm supposed to be here until October. I'm supposed to graduate in October. Sometimes people leave like pretty much as soon as they graduate. Other times people are here for like 2 or 3 months afterwards for various reasons. So
yeah.
Part of me wants to stay because I enjoy like my friends that I've made on Twitch, and I enjoy like the opportunities that I have while I'm here.
Yeah.
And part of me wants to get away from the $5.30 a gallon for gas. So I haven't really decided if I really want to leave or not yet.
So why the change from a medic to a Korean linguist?
My plan was to get out of the military like 2 years ago. Because I was tired. and I wanted to get out and do other things with my life. And so I submitted my paperwork to get out, and then COVID happened, and there like all of the schools were shutting down, and like nobody was hiring, and so um, I was told if I came back, I would have the opportunity to switch jobs if I wanted to, and I was like, well, that sounds exciting. My parents were both linguists. I know that I'm good with language. You know, it'll be a new challenge, maybe something to shake it up. And then eventually my goal is to get into the video game industry. So I was like, you know, maybe learning another language would be good for that. So I came here.
Nice. That's sick. Okay. Now let's talk more about your work experience specifically. So start from the very first job you had. Give us an overview of what you went through, and then in chronological order up until where you're at today.
Okay. At some point in my senior year, I started working in landscaping. And I did that up until I started college. When I got to college, my sister's friend worked at Firehouse Subs, and I knew that I didn't want to work in landscaping anymore because I don't like being sweaty, as I mentioned. It's crazy. I love playing sports, and I love giving 100% when I'm playing sports, but I hate being sweaty. Physical labor, gross. But I was like, Firehouse Subs, that sounds really cool. The food's really good. I'll get free food, you know, like every shift. So I applied, I made it. I started working there. I worked there for the 3 years that I was in college. And while I was in college, I also worked as a manager for our student activity center for like 8 months or so my junior year. Basically all that entailed was like making sure people weren't doing dumb shit in the student activity center building, and you know, if I was the first person there, I would have to open, and if I was the last person there, I would have to close. And then like if stuff broke, I basically would log it and like call the people to come fix it. And that was pretty much it until I joined the military. I didn't really have like a super diverse job field because I was really good at my job at Firehouse and ended up getting promoted to like assistant manager and stuff at the shop that I was at. So I actually really liked it. It was fun. It sucked like it sucked in a sense that it was like I was only making minimum wage pretty much for the most part, but the people that I worked with were great and the free food was great.
Yeah.
So.
And your goal as of now is to be a part of the video game industry, but what do you want to do specifically?
Being a caster would be my, you know, number one option. As you guys may know, I am the 15th best caster in the community. I also think I would really enjoy being a community manager. Just because, like I said, I love people. I love helping people with their problems and stuff. But I don't like. I feel like most of the time when people get into that kind of thing, they kind of just look into it. They just happen to be in the right spot at the right time. It's not really something that you can actively be like, I really want to be a community manager and like push themselves to get there. They're just kind of like, oh, hey, the community manager spot's open and I've been here for approximately 7.5 years and I know a lot about your video game. Please let me be the community manager. Or I mean, voice acting would always be really cool, but I don't really have the experience to do that. And then now that I'm learning another language, I think maybe doing localization, I think it's called, where you take a game and you like translate it into a different language so that they can also play it. So I think that would be really cool. But I think either being a caster or being a community manager would be like my top two goals.
It's pretty cool that you have kind of like options for yourself.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so that's the work talk. Before we move on, do you need to take a break or anything?
I don't know if you noticed how much water I've drank, so I kind of do need to go to the bathroom.
Go for it. Go for it.
That's it.
Do your thing. No worries. No worries. Love the jersey. He doesn't hear me, but love the jersey. What's up, guys? I am a salmon type of guy. Linda, thanks for dropping by. 1 and 2 on my birthdays. Oh shit. No, yeah. No, you should party and go crazy and have fun for your birthday. What the heck? That's insane. How about you? Are you salmon? Team salmon? I should use the restroom too while he's using it. I'll be right back. Thanks, Simon, for the shoutouts.
We're back for some more ASMR with Kavi and Koi for 2 more seconds until he puts his headphones back on.
What the heck? You like sushi, K?
Yeah, sushi's pretty good. It's not like my favorite, but like, it's good.
So team salmon or tuna?
Salmon, for sure.
Hey, okay. Wait, was Linda asking you about vacay?
I'm pretty sure she was asking you.
Wait, were you? Wait.
I think all of these questions were directed at you, not at me.
Wait, what vacay? What vacay are we talking about? Oh, okay. EDC, but take it easy. Enjoy your birthday, Linda. Touch grass, all the grass out there. All right, we're gonna move on to talk about your social life aspects now. Exciting.
Social life, what's that?
Yeah, okay, let's talk about if you've had one or maybe you're still in one. Your partying phase, maybe clubs, raves, any sort of that outgoing activities.
I didn't really do anything until I was in college, and even then, like, so when I was in college, I wasn't in a frat, but I was friends with a lot of people in frats. So like, I went to a lot of frat parties, kind of like as a, hey, you're cool, you're chill, we like hanging out with you, so come to our party. I was never like, I didn't drink underage. I would go to the parties and like hang out, but I was always like very much like, oh, I'm not gonna drink underage because I don't want to get caught by the cops and busted, because you hear all the horror stories and stuff.
Yeah.
And I know with my luck, the one time that I would drink underage, the cops would show up, so I just didn't do it.
Mm-hmm.
And then once I joined, because I turned 21 before I joined. Once I joined, I partied a little bit, up until the point where I got to Hawaii. And then in Hawaii, like pretty much like the first weekend I got there, um, my roommate was like, "Yo, get in the car. We're going out tonight. We're going with the boys. We're going to the club. We're going to the strip club after that. It's gonna be great." And that was like my first real partying, like outside of house party experience type thing.
Mm-hmm.
Um, it's never really been something that I've always been like, well, I can't wait to go out this weekend and like get wasted with the boys and like go crazy. But when people would be like, hey, we're going out this weekend, especially when I was in Italy and there was like nothing else to do, um, I'd go out and I'd, drink a lot, a lot, a lot.
Mm-hmm.
There's one thing that I was always very good at. It was drinking more than other people once I started drinking. Um, I used to go to raves a lot, but like I wasn't a person that did drugs at the raves. I just went to the raves to literally to just vibe.
Yeah.
I went to EDC in like 2016, 2015,
Mm-hmm.
somewhere back there. It was when I was in Italy before I went, or sorry, when I was in Hawaii before I went to Italy. I came out here for EDC. But like I go to shows a lot. Usually I went more to like pop punk or like hardcore shows. But if there was a good EDM show around, I would go to that too. So decent amount of raves. Mostly it was like I'm much more like a house party vibe kind of guy. So like I want to go chill with some friends. Maybe have a couple of drinks. I don't really drink super crazy anymore. Because when you get old, hangovers become a thing, and they're not fun. Um, so I usually, and I've always felt a little bit more responsible, especially being in the military. Since I didn't join right out of high school, I was typically a little bit older than the people that I was hanging out with. So I always had a little bit more of that, like, I'm going to be the person, I'm going to get drunk and have a good time, but I'm also going to not get so drunk that I can't take care of people.
Yeah.
So if people invite me out, like I went out for New Year's, I've gone out a couple of times since I've been here. So like if people invite me out, I'll go out, but I don't typically like go out of my way to go out or like hit people up to be like, hey, let's go out this weekend or anything like that.
Mm-hmm. I get it. So what type of person are you when you're drunk?
That's a great question. So depending on how fast I drink, it depends on what mood I'm in.
Okay.
If I drink really quickly, then I'm like super energetic, super excited all the time. I'm like, let's go do this thing, let's go do that thing, blah, 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 like 1,000 miles an hour. As soon as I drink the same amount, but drink slowly, I am like the most depressed, like actually down bad person in the entire world. Like I will just sit there the whole time and just like, I'm the guy that like pulls his phone up and just opens it and just looks at it and then closes it and then opens it back up because like I don't want to talk to people, but I also don't want people to bother me. So I'm like, what's the best way that I can do this so that people will leave me alone until it's time to leave? Yeah. So it really just depends on, I guess, how fast I'm drinking and like the people that I'm hanging out with. Because I can drink decently slow, but as long as I'm with a good vibe, I'll stay up for the majority of it.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a point where like literally the instant that I get tired, if I'm drinking slow, the singular instant that I get tired, like my mood just drops completely.
Got it. What was your first drink? Like ever?
don't know. I guess technically it would have been like when I was like 12 and I was visiting my mother in Ohio and I had like a beer.
Okay.
But like as far as once I was like drinking, I actually don't remember. Probably like rum and coke or something, or like Jack and Coke. I know I used to drink that a lot when I was like in my first drinking stages.
Yeah.
Or vodka. Maybe something with vodka.
Okay. How about your favorite and least favorite drinks?
Least favorite is anything with beer. Beer is disgusting. Beer is actually the worst form of alcohol in existence. These days I don't drink vodka because I had a really bad experience with it when I was in Hawaii, and now like even rubbing alcohol sometimes will still make me feel a little queasy if I smell it. Favorite drink by far is Midori Sour, and I don't remember who you were interviewing, but I think you were interviewing somebody and they said that Midori Sour was their favorite too, and I was feeling it. I was right there. I heckin' love Midori Sours. I think they're the best tasting. They just taste like green Jolly Ranchers, man. They're so good. I like trash cans. I don't think the trash cans taste good. But I like trash cans. Because I'm drinking it and it, it's just like it's like super cool. I'm like, oh, I'm drinking this drink. It's got so much alcohol in it. That's fantastic. There was something else that I really got. Oh, Sailor Jerry and Sprite. It tastes just like orange soda, and it's really, really good. Yeah, that's probably it. I will drink other stuff, but I like what are they called? The ones with the mint leaves in them.
Mojito stuff?
Mojitos. I really like mojitos too. Mojitos are good. But Midori Sour is my go-to drink because like you can get like a double or triple and it still doesn't taste like alcohol. Smooth.
Gotta get it right for you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, back to more of the specific party and clubbing type. What is the craziest thing you've encountered? Or event? Maybe people.
Can't really think of anything. Like I've always been fortunate enough that I hang out with people that I trust to not do weird shit. So like I don't think I've ever really had any crazy experiences other than like my friend taking me to the strip club for like the very first time that I had ever gone. And like I threw up on the floor and like we were sitting at one of the tables and I threw up on the floor and he was like pushing my head under the table so they wouldn't see me while I was throwing up. And then we left before anybody found out. Yeah, I can't really think of anything. I had one guy that like when he would get drunk, he would try to force fights, but it was when I was in Italy and like nobody wants to fight the Americans in Italy because I don't want to say anything disrespectful, but pretty much they think they're going to get beat up if they try to fight the Americans because, we're all a bunch of big, angry, strong Americans who are going to beat them up. So,
sure.
Yeah, no, I've never really had any super crazy party stories.
No worries. And for raves, favorite event and EDM artist?
Favorite event that I've attended live probably was EDC when I went. Just because, it was EDC. There was a lot of stuff going on.
Yeah.
Um, but like with COVID coming out and stuff, and a lot of people doing their online festivals.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Griffin is my favorite EDM artist by far. I love
Nice.
Griffin. I really love Illenium and Porter Robinson as well. But I think Griffin's, and we were actually just talking about this the other night. I think Griffin's live,
Oh
like the
yeah.
LA rooftop one,
Mm-hmm.
is my favorite live set of all time. Followed by Porter's Secret Sky, and then Griffin's the other one. The what was it? Digital Mirage. I think we decided on
Mm-hmm.
was the other one. So, um, yeah, I was actually supposed to go see Porter back in whenever he came out here. But some stuff came up, and with COVID and everything, they didn't let me leave base to go watch it. But
Gotcha.
yeah, Griffin
Wow.
is.
Mm-hmm. So speaking of EDC, since I haven't experienced it yet, do you have any advice?
Are you going with people or alone?
With people?
Make sure there's somebody. Not. I'm sure that you wouldn't go with weird people because
Okay.
you're
Yeah.
smart. But make sure there's at least one person that you can trust to make sure that everybody gets home.
Mm.
Because EDC is great. EDC is fantastic. I loved it when I went, but it can be very dangerous. Especially because a lot of people do drugs while they're there, or they're drunk out of their mind. And so as long as there's somebody who's willing and capable of making sure that everybody gets home, have a blast. That's the biggest thing, is like, go have a blast. Like, try not to be I feel like a lot of times when people go to concerts, they just kind of stand still and they're like there because like, I really like this song, but I'm kind of embarrassed because there's like a whole bunch of people that I don't know and I don't want to like make myself a fool. Like, just go have fun. Try to prioritize seeing the artists that you want to see too.
Okay. Did you burn out with
Um,
going 3 days? If so?
I didn't, because back in my younger days, I had a lot more energy than I do now. I think if I went to EDC now, I would have to like take breaks and definitely be very mindful of like who was on at what time and make sure that I was there for those artists that I really, really wanted to see, but maybe not be there all day long. But yeah, I was like 23, 24 when I went. So I was good for like the whole time.
Yeah. Okay, moving topics, changing topics. Let's talk more so about your interests. Give us a top 5 anime from the top of your head.
Oh, I'm gonna get in so much trouble for this. All right, number 1, first arc of the first season of Sword Art Online. I think you have to end stream now.
You know, haven't heard anyone say that, but I did enjoy that first arc.
To be fair, Sword Art Online was the first anime that I ever watched. I didn't actually start watching anime until I was in San Antonio for like medical training. I like I watched like Pokemon and like Dragon Ball when it was on Toonami, but not like, I didn't watch like watch it. I was always a lot more into like Western cartoons. Like I would be like, oh, if Dragon Ball is on, I'll watch it, but I like couldn't have told you anything about Dragon Ball when I was younger. Pretty much it was just Pokemon in that sense. But yeah, so the first anime that I ever watched was Sword Art, like ever watched, and it was really good. That first arc, like I personally like the rest of Sword Art, and like I like Alfheim Online, I like Gun Gale. But specifically that first arc of the first season of Sword Art was so good. Demon Slayer would be number 2. I love Demon Slayer. Got myself a Demon Slayer tattoo.
Oh shoot!
So that's really cool. Number 3 would be Jujutsu Kaisen. And like I feel like a lot of people are gonna be like, oh, it's a bandwagon. He only likes them because they're new, and it's like it's not. Like I'm all about animation, and like I can't watch animes that don't have good animation. And like Jujutsu Kaisen and Demon Slayer both not only had amazing like animation, but I personally think they both had good stories and they had great music. And like I love music too, so like there's that. Number 4 would probably be actually okay, so 4 and 5 would be a toss up between Angel Beats and Fairy Tail, which I also have a Fairy Tail tattoo.
Wow.
So 4 and 5 would be a toss up between Fairy Tail and Angel Beats. Fairy Tail's like the only long anime that I ever watched. And it's because it wasn't super long when I started watching it. But Angel Beats is a breathtaking anime. And if you haven't watched Angel Beats before, like, go watch it. Do yourself a favor. Don't even watch the rest of this interview. Just go watch Angel Beats right now. Binge it. Finish it before you go to sleep. Angel Beats is fantastic. And then Fairy Tail, like I said, it was the only long anime that I ever really watched. I tried watching Naruto, and I don't know if it was just a combination of like so many filler episodes or because I was trying to watch Shonen Jump, and it was like 2017, and I was trying to watch Shonen Jump. I liked Naruto. I thought it was a cool story. I just couldn't get into watching it. Didn't try Bleach. I know Bleach is another big one, but never really did Bleach. Definitely didn't do One Piece. It's like what, like 1,000 episodes now? There's no way that I'm watching that. I've watched tons of anime. I also really love sports anime. I don't really consider sports anime in my top 5 just because for me sports anime is like its own separate thing.
Okay.
Love Haikyuu, obviously.
Yeah.
Kuroko's really good. There's a really old soccer anime called Night of the Arena that I loved. I also loved Days, which was another more recent soccer anime. And then Ace of Diamond. Actually, probably my favorite sports anime of all time. Great show. I really want them to bring back a new season.
Mm-hmm.
And then the last one would be this tennis anime called Baby Steps that nobody's ever heard of, because the only tennis anime that anybody ever knows is Prince of Tennis.
Yeah.
Which was a shit anime, and I will fight anybody. Well, I won't fight anybody, but I thought Prince of Tennis was terrible personally, but I know a lot of people really like it. But I personally, as far as tennis animes, I really loved Baby Steps. I thought it was great. I like the animes when people like don't know what they're doing and then they start getting better at the sport. Like it's a nice story to me.
Got it. Aside from anime, are you into like shows and movies?
I do watch movies. I used to watch a lot of TV shows. Oh, here's somebody that knows Baby Steps. I'm sad with you, brother. I used to watch a lot of TV shows when I was younger, like before I started watching anime, but like now that I watch anime, I don't watch regular TV anymore. But I do watch a lot of movies.
Okay,
So,
top 5 for movies too then.
top 5 individual movies. Princess Bride, Nightmare Before Christmas, Mulan or Tangled, depending on which one I've watched more recently. The other one for the next one, and then Star Wars Episode 3.
Okay.
A lot of people don't like the prequels or the new Star Wars movies. They're like 4, 5, and 6 are the only good Star Wars movie. Everything else is terrible. But I was always a huge fan of Darth Vader growing up. And so because Star Wars Episode 3 was pretty much like the peak of Anakin becoming Darth Vader, that became my favorite Star Wars movie.
Nice. Okay. Current favorite song and artist.
Current favorite artist is probably Corpse, except for the fact that he only releases 2-minute songs. I hate it. Current favorite song is probably just because I just rewatched Jujutsu Kaisen with Sophie and some other people. So I've been listening to Remember a lot, which you haven't seen Jujutsu Kaisen, right?
Only 2 episodes.
Okay, so at the end of Jujutsu Kaisen, there's a really good fight scene with a song in it, and like the song is really, really good. And they script it with the scene so well. So I've been listening to that song a lot, and I've been listening to Mayday, which is by the same group, which is the theme song for like Fire Force season 2 or something. I don't know. I never watched Fire Force, but it's really good. I don't know. It's really hard for me to pick a favorite song. Just because it really varies on my mood what I'm listening to that day. I listen to like a very diverse selection of music.
Yeah. No worries. Okay, take the time to talk about the tattoos you have and if you have piercings.
Piercings is easy. I don't have any piercings. I've always wanted to get a lip ring. When I was in high school, there was this one guy that had like a lip ring, and it was really cool, and I always wanted it, but my parents would never let me have one. And then because I've been in the military the whole time, like you can't have crazy piercings in the military, at least for guys. So eventually, when I get out, if I'm still like really into it, I'll probably go get a lip ring. But that's about it. Tattoos. So I have a lot. I have a tattoo from Destiny on my chest right here. Then I have the 2 that I showed you already. I have one that's a quote from a song from church. And then I have the Triforce from Zelda. And then on this arm, I have a rap group called 116. They were a really big inspiration to me when I was growing up. And then on this arm, it's like swallows going around in a circle. And at the bottom, it says hope. And it sounds like really, really cheesy. But, oh, you just said cheesy. That's crazy. It sounds really, really cheesy. But I had a lot of friends growing up who like cut themselves and stuff. So it was like my way of showing people that there's better things that you can do with your arms than cut them. So that's my tattoos.
Wow. So which one has like the most significance behind it in your opinion? Or meaning to it? I know one has a quote too, right? You said, but
yeah,
I didn't
yeah.
catch the quote.
So it says, "And you shoulder our weakness, and your strength becomes our own." It's a line from a song that I really like from church.
Okay.
Either this one on my forearm with the birds, or my Demon Slayer tattoo, because right after Demon Slayer came out, like finished the first season, my friend was in an accident in Italy, and he got hit by like a drunk driver and died. And we were both really, really big into Demon Slayer. So I ended up getting this tattoo because it was kind of like my way of reminding myself that he was still watching over me, even though he wasn't there anymore. Kind of like how, I don't remember his name now off the top of my head. I want to say his name was like Kabito or something, but I don't think that's correct. But like the guy with this mask that was like helping him when he was first as a student and then ended up being a ghost.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I got that. So one of those two.
Got it. Did your family care about tattoos, or did they have their own opinions?
My parents hate them. But at this point, they know that I'm going to get them, and so they're really disappointed, but accept that I have them, and they can't really do anything about it.
Yeah. Okay, for sure. And I mean, the jersey's like a giveaway, right? Are you into like, do you watch the NBA often? Because I like talking briefly about the NBA.
I would say that I don't watch the NBA as much as I watch other sports. Like watch it, but I keep up with it.
Okay. With that being
Obviously,
said,
I keep up with the boy, the
Yay.
goat. At least the goat of shooting.
Here. Give me your top 5 current players.
Are we talking like 2K ratings, like individual talent wise, or just like overall impact? Because I think for me it's a little bit different.
However you want to like scale it and just pick your top 5. I'm just gonna say current top 5.
Current top 5 as of this year, 2022. Everybody's healthy. KD.
Mm-hmm.
Giannis. Steph.
Right.
LeBron. And I only have Steph over LeBron because LeBron's still very good, but LeBron is finally hitting that peak where he's old. Finally starting to get it. So KD, Giannis, Steph, LeBron. I want to say Luka for number 5. But I think it would be a toss-up between Luka and Kyrie for number 5.
Okay, interesting. Thoughts about Jokic.
Jokic is really good. Don't get me wrong. Jokic is really, really good.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to disappoint anybody. I don't think Jokic is single-handedly capable of carrying a team through an entire season, through to the playoffs and the championship, and win by himself. Like, obviously, it depends on who's on certain teams, but I feel like any of those guys that were in my top 5 are actually capable of doing that.
Okay.
Depending on how certain things go. I think Jokic is great though. He's definitely one of the best like actual big men who play big men positions.
Yeah. Fair.
Yeah, mostly because like obviously KD and LeBron and Giannis are big, but KD and LeBron very obviously don't play big man stuff, and Giannis is much better. He doesn't have the same play style as Jokic, like that same like big man, physical, tough, nose down play style like Jokic has.
Yeah, I see. Like a threat.
Mm-hmm.
And then another one's probably just like Embiid, who could possibly be in the top 5 too. Conversation.
Oh yeah. If Embiid would stop getting hurt every 4.6 seconds, Embiid would probably easily be in the top 5.
Okay. we got your top 5. And now to twist this a little bit, top 5 of all time.
Oh no. All time.
Yeah.
All right. Well, the debate ends here. Michael Jordan.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry to everybody who's a LeBron fan. Let's see. I think Oscar Robertson. That's how you say his name. Is it Robertson or Robinson?
Robertson.
Yeah. Oscar Robertson's probably number 2.
Wow.
Then LeBron.
Interesting. Okay.
Wilt Chamberlain. I don't know if Wilt Chamberlain is top 5, but you can't take away how good Wilt Chamberlain was, at least scoring wise. I know the game was completely different back then. Kareem's probably number 4. And then Magic. I always debate Magic or Larry Bird in my head.
Mm-hmm.
I think I have to eventually give the push to Magic overall. I think they're both very close though. I think that would be my number 5 would be Magic. And then Larry Bird would be like as close to number 5 as possible without actually being number 5. And then Kobe. Rest in peace.
Yeah, it's always interesting to hear about this because everyone's list is pretty different. Yeah, so it's okay. Everyone has different opinion.
True.
All right. So now we're going to get into more heavier topics. So yeah, if there's anything you don't want to talk about, just let me know. All right. Talk about just like how you explained your work experiences in chronological order. Talk about all of your relationships and or heartbreaks. What you went through, how you met, I guess what happened to whatever like extent or specifics, and up into where you're at today.
That's so easy. I've never been in a relationship before.
Okay.
No, I'm just kidding. No. So I guess in high school, technically, I like on again, off again, dated this girl. But it was one of those where it would be like we would date for like 2 months and then break up, and then like a year later we would do it again and then break up, and it wasn't like an actual relationship. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
So I don't really consider the first person that I like dated until I was in college. I met a girl my freshman year. She was super cool. We pretty much hit off instantly. The only real issue was that her and her family were Duke fans, and I'm a UNC fan. But other than that, everything else was great. We were both into the same kind of music. She would watch me play sports. We would hang out like constantly all the time. I actually have a really, really funny story where like one time we were like just chilling in one of our class breaks, and we were like in our car, and one thing led to another, and we like started making out and stuff. And then like my face started feeling really like wet, and I was like, yo, no way this girl's like crying in the middle of us making out, right? And we'd been dating for like 5 or 6 months. So I was like, there's no way that I did something like this bad, because like I have been told by certain individuals that I am a decent kisser. So I was like, I'm pretty sure I haven't done anything that's made her like upset. And then I looked down, and I was literally like, I had the biggest nosebleed of my life, like all over her face.
What?
Yeah. No. For some reason, I used to have really, really bad nosebleeds, like from my senior year of high school up until probably until I left Hawaii. So it was like a good 6 years where I would just have like really, really bad nosebleeds out of nowhere for no reason. Um, and one of them just happened to be then, right?
Yeah.
So that's my funny story.
I didn't expect that at all.
Yes. So so we hung out all the time. I personally thought it was a really good relationship, really healthy. Like we were super open with each other all the time, constantly like doing things for each other. But it wasn't like we were like buying gifts for each other and like spending money on each other. It was legit like we would just sit and talk for like hours, like literally just talk and vibe, and like it was a great time. And then this is still freshman year, so we dated for like 9 months. And then at one point I got mono, and the doctor never traced what it was because like she didn't have mono and I didn't get it from anybody else. So the only thing the doctor could really think of was like maybe I had shared a drink with somebody, or like apparently if somebody with mono drinks out of a water fountain and then you drink out of that water fountain soon enough afterwards, you can get mono from that. According to the doctor. So I got mono, and I was like, I don't want to get you sick. Let's, like, we're not breaking up by any means, but like, I don't want to endanger you. So I'm probably just gonna chill at home for a couple weeks. And then, like, obviously once we see each other again for the stage that I'm contagious, like, we can't be doing anything because, like I said, I don't want to get you sick. And then she ended up cheating on me at some point. Yeah. So that was cool. She told me she was very used to us hanging out and doing stuff together, and she just went, to quote her, she went stir crazy after a while. And so she was at a party and she got drunk and she cheated on me. So we broke up after that. And then like 6 months later, we talked about getting back together because she was like, she fully apologized and was like really remorseful about it actually. And we talked about it, and we were literally like on the verge of getting back together. And then she literally like actually ghosted town, like left. I lost all communication with her. Nobody said, like, none of her friends said that it was anything like she wasn't like kidnapped or anything, or like murdered, brutally murdered. She just literally just like was there one day and then she was gone. So I don't know what happened to this day. Don't know what happened. Hope she's doing well. But it was cool because like it probably was a good thing for us to not get back together, because history does tend to repeat itself. And so I went through the rest of the time that I was in college not really like hanging out with people, but not really like getting into anything. And then right before, so this would have been like December of my senior year, I started dating a girl. And it was one of those ones where it kind of like gets really hot and heavy really, really quick. One thing led to another. And one day she was like, she showed up to my work, and she was one of those like, I told you she was psycho, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying this to badmouth her. I'm saying like legit, she had mental health problems.
Yeah, and you met her through school.
Met her through school, right? She showed up to work one night, and I was literally talking to my coworker because we were busy, who happened to be a female. And so I like took my break to go eat dinner with my girlfriend, and was only sitting down for like 5 or 10 minutes, and we got another big rush, and it was just me and the one girl that I was working with. So I was like, babe, I'm really sorry. I got to go help. We're slammed. I will try to come back if I can and finish eating with you. And I guess to her, I was having a great time with my female coworker and flirting and just so happy to be there talking to her. She just got up and left and then texted me and she was like, I'm really glad that you had such a good time with Liz tonight instead of with me. And I was like, all right, look, this is like the 5th time that this has happened with you and some other girl. We're done. Like, I'm not going to do this because you know that I'm friends with a lot of people. And like, I'm very clearly dating you and I'm very clearly not doing anything with anybody else. And I've, we talked about this at the beginning and you said that you were fine with me being friends with people. And so if this is going to continue to be an issue, like I'm not about to have this kind of toxicity in my life. So we broke up. And like a week later, she texted me. She's like, hey, so I'm pregnant. And I was like, me? Like,
damn.
Like from me? And she was like, yeah, from you. I haven't been sleeping with anybody else. And I was like, are you sure you're pregnant? And she was like, yes. And I was like, all right, cool. So that was a really hard conversation to have with my parents, who my dad was at that point now a pastor. So, military background and pastor now. And so I was like, you know what? I was raised to take responsibility for any mistakes that I make. And I've never wanted to be that kind of guy that if something like that did happen, that I was going to run away from it, because that would be the easy route. And I would never want to leave my kid in a position where like they didn't have a dad or they didn't have a parent. Because I guess technically I knew what that felt like with my parents being divorced and stuff. Like technically I knew what it felt like to not have your real parent there. And I was like, I don't want that happening to anybody else. So I was like, cool, I'm gonna join the military so that I make some money, have a stable job, I can take care of a kid, it'll be great. Everything happens for a reason. And she was like, my parents are really mad at you, blah, 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 blah. My dad, like, I don't think that it's safe for you to be around right now, like, blah, 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 blah. And I was like, well, look, if I'm going to be a dad, I want to be with my kid. And your parents are going to have to get over that. So I was like, I want to go to your appointments with you and stuff. I want to, like, be an active part. And at first she was like, no. And then eventually I was like, look, you have to let me do this because it's not healthy for you to have a child and raise it by yourself, right? So eventually she agreed. And then right before the first appointment that I was supposed to go to with her, she was like, oh, don't come. My mom's coming. And if she sees you, she's going to like actually physically fight you on the spot. And I was like, you're joking, right? We've literally talked about this for the last like 2 weeks. Like, if you're going to let your parents take precedence over this, then, like, because we had also been talking about getting back together at this time, because I was like, if I'm going to be a parent, I might as well, be as active as possible. So at that point, I was like, you know what? Let me know when the baby's due. I'm still going to do what I got to do. And, I'm going to support as much as I can. Obviously I'm going to get child support, like, I'm not going to ditch you, but like, I'm not going to put myself into a situation like this. Right. and I'm not gonna have the baby see the kind of situation like this. And then a week later, she texted me and she was like, "Oh, I had a miscarriage," and I was like, "Damn, that's crazy. That's awfully convenient." And then she was like, "Are you still gonna join the military? Maybe we can get back together." And I was like, "That's pretty wild." Yes, I'm still joining the military, and now I'm leaving. So that was the end of that story. So that's why I joined the military. I haven't talked to her since then. And then since I've been in the military, I didn't date anybody while I was in Italy. I had some like off again or like on again, off again, like kind of fling type stuff. But I didn't actually date anybody in Hawaii. Sorry, in Hawaii. Then when I went to Italy, I didn't have anything really going on until probably about, excuse me, it would have been about a year before I left. There was this one girl that I was like super into, right? Prettiest girl. Super, super smart, super funny. She played volleyball on the team with me. I was always kind of like, you know, I'm not attractive. I'm not that funny. You know, there's no way that I have a shot with her, right? So I always kind of was like always admiring her from a distance. And then my supervisor was getting ready to leave, and she was also friends with him. So I was like, "Hey, he's leaving. Do you want to go to his going away party with me? Like, you know, as friends, like chilling." And she was like, "Sure." So she came. We had a good time. He ended up having, so that was like our department one, and then we had like a bigger one for like everybody that worked there. And she came again, and after that we were like, you know, maybe we can hang out another time, like together by ourselves. And so we were never anything official, but we probably went on like 10 or so dates. And I was super happy, right? I was like, I'm basically hanging out with the prettiest girl that I know. Yeah, it doesn't get much better than that, right? And then she was getting ready to go away. She's also military. She was getting ready to go away for like a month, like a temporary little, not really a deployment, but more just like a humanitarian mission. And she was like, "I don't want to become anything official until I go to that. But, you know, when I come back, we can talk about it. But I do really like you. And, you know, this is, you know, I like where we are right now." And I was like, "Cool, me too. It's great. I don't mind waiting. You know, you're fantastic. Like, it's great." So she went, and she ended up just like pretty much ghosting me the whole time she was there. She talked to me like twice in the month that she was gone, and she was like, "Oh, you know, I don't really have good service. I don't have, you know, I might be busy." But like, I talked to other friends of hers that she talked to like pretty consistently while she was there, and I was like, you know, maybe she's just practicing distance because, you know, especially with being in a military relationship, there's pretty much always going to be some form of distance at one point or another. So it's like, yeah, maybe she's just, you know, seeing how we feel about each other after we're away from each other for a while. So she comes back, and we hang out one time after she came back over the weekend, and one thing led to another, and we ended up like going back to the bedroom, but nothing ended up happening because she was like, I don't know if I'm ready. Maybe next time when we hang out, like, we'll see what happens there. And I was like, cool, you know, I'm a gentleman. You know, if I'm a firm believer, a very firm believer, that if a woman says no, that it means no. You know, I don't believe in, you know, trying to make things happen that people don't want to happen because one, that puts them in a really bad spot. Because even if you're a good person, if you are selfish and try to make things happen on your own, it doesn't feel the same, right? It's never as good. But two, there's a lot of people that like have all sorts of emotional baggage out there, and like I wouldn't want to be a part of that baggage. So I was like, cool, you know what? I understand completely. I am comfortable with you making your decision because we're both grown adults. So she left, and then she ended up texting me later that week, and she was like, "Hey, I don't think this is really gonna work out. I think I decided that I just kind of want to continue being single for a while," and that sucked a lot because I like really really liked this girl, and it was bad enough that I like was physically ill at times thinking about it. I also then like less than a month after we ended things, I had to go on a trip with her to Venice because I had already bought my tickets, and we were going with like a group of friends, and I wasn't gonna like lose my money for paying for the plane tickets and paying for the hotel and stuff. So like I went and I was like, I'm gonna win her back. That didn't work out, obviously. But it was bad enough to a point where like even when I came out here, like a full year later, like I would be walking around Target randomly and I would like see her just like over in an aisle, and I would look back and it would just be some random lady. So yeah, that was probably one of the most emotionally scarring things that I've been through. And then of course, for like 5 or 6 months before I left Italy, I started dating somebody else. I did like her. She was cute. She was funny. We got along really well together. But I don't want to say that it was completely like a rebound type situation. But I definitely think it was a rebound situation. But I actually did like her. It wasn't like I feel like most rebound situations when they happen, it's like I don't like you. I'm just dating you because you're showing interest to me and I'm kind of lonely. Like I did like her. She was really pretty. Like I said, she was really cute. We got along really well. We vibed really well. I really enjoyed her company. But I don't think I would have dated her if I hadn't gone through that other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And then we broke up just because I was coming out here and I was like, I'm going to have to focus on the school, and like when I get back to America, I'm going to be able to finally start streaming again. So I'm going to want to focus on that, and like I won't have time to date somebody in Europe. So we broke up, and then I came out here, and that's it. I haven't really associated with anybody since I've been out here.
Got it. Got it. Oh, give me 1 second.
It's time for the third episode of ASMR with KV and Koi. While we wait for Wilson to put his headset back on. Look at the most attractive man on Twitch as he walks out the door and comes back in. I kind of want to be the sleeves that are missing from his shirt right now.
Okay. Okay. Sorry about that. Dad came in with some dinner. Yeah, so I was gonna ask, the first girl from Italy, after she said she wanted to just be like single and do her own thing, is that when things just slowly like your communication just stopped after that?
Yeah, she kind of like hard stopped it, which I appreciate. she didn't like try to lead me on. She wasn't like, maybe in the future we can think about this. Like, she was pretty much just like, we're not gonna date, we can stay friends, but like outside of work, like I'm probably not gonna message you. Like, we still ended up playing another season of volleyball together.
Mm-hmm.
And like in the back of my mind, I was always kind of like, except for the time period where I was dating that girl.
Yeah.
Because like I don't if I'm dating somebody, I'm dating you. Like, I'm not interested in other people.
Mm-hmm.
Or even if I am like technically interested in them, like I was still interested in this girl. I'm focused on dating you. I'm not like, well, maybe I can go date this other girl or anything like that, right? Yeah, so she was really good about that. But I'm sorry, I forgot what the question was.
No, I was just wondering like how you guys stopped talking after that.
Oh,
Just,
yeah.
was upfront about it.
Yeah, as far as outside of work, it pretty much was like, if it wasn't work and we weren't at volleyball, we weren't like really communicating. So that was super cool of her. I do respect her for that.
All right. So through all of your relationships, what would you say, like what advice would you give, like general advice? What did you learn from all of those?
Don't date anybody until you're emotionally ready to date people. Which is different for everybody, and so like it's kind of hard to figure that out. Honestly, it's almost kind of hard to figure that out without actually dating people. But as much as, you know, there's the stigma of the bad guys get all the girls, and like the I'm not gonna say it. I told you I'm not gonna drop the F-bomb on your video. But like the boys getting all the girls, right? Try to be friends first. If you really like this girl, or I guess girls also, if you really like this guy, I don't really have a good girl's perspective because I've never been one, probably never going to be one. But try to get to know each other first and treat them as a friend. Try not to let your friendship be about making them be your girlfriend or your boyfriend. Try to genuinely get to know them as a friend. And then when it gets to it, if you guys vibe well and you both feel that emotional attraction, like a lot of people say like, oh, I don't know if this girl likes me, I don't know if this guy likes me. I feel like if you get to know each other as friends, there is a certain point where you just know. Like, you, unless you're just completely oblivious, which I guess some people are, but like, you should have a general idea of how this person feels about you. And then if you ask them out or you say, hey, I like you, and they say no, respect that. You know, try to still be their friend if there's somebody that's that important to you. Obviously, with some people, it doesn't work out that way. But it's always the biggest thing is respect them as a friend and love them as a friend before you worry about trying to date them. And that's how the healthiest relationships are formed.
Love that. Thank you. Do you have like a general or specific type? You could talk about that.
Asian girls.
um really pretty women that are nice. Honestly, for me, like, looks are important, but like, there has to be a certain level of attraction, right? And so obviously, if somebody is not to your taste as far as attractiveness, it's going to be really hard to be attracted to that person and want to spend time with them and um want to get to know them. But um genuinely, personality for me is huge. um I like women that are kind and want to have fun, but aren't necessarily like crazy wild. Like, my idea of fun is going out and getting drunk every single weekend and doing drugs and blah 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 blah. Like, I'm just as fine with sitting home and doing nothing as I am with going out, but it's more about the ability to make your own fun, right? Because, like, if you're only fun because you're drunk, that's not that exciting. But also a big thing for me is girls that will pay attention to my sports. Like, you might not like sports, you might actually hate sports, but being willing to support me playing and not even like showing up for every single game and like cheering really loud, but just showing up, once or twice and being like, I am invested enough in you that I am willing to be there for something that you really care about, regardless of, if I understand it or if I even like it. That honestly might be the most important thing for me in a relationship. Is being willing to support things that you don't necessarily care about, but because your partner is really invested in them. Whether it's, for me specifically, like sports or music or, video games, or like the girl that I dated right before I left Italy, she was really good about it. She would come to my games. I was in a band when I was in Italy, so she would come like watch our shows when she could. We would play video games together, even if it was just her sitting there watching me play. Like, we would be able to hang out together, and even if one of us wasn't understanding what the other person was necessarily doing or was even interested in it, we were interested in it for the sake of the other person.
Mm-hmm.
So a girl that can do that is Aju Chawayo.
Nice. Okay, now kind of like the opposite. What are red flags to you, and what are some red flags you've experienced?
Obviously, like, I'm not into illegal shit, like people doing drugs. I to an extent, girls being aggressive is fine, but people who are disrespectful is not fine, right? So, like, for instance, let's to equate it to video games. Let's say a girl's playing a video game and she gets upset that she dies and she yells, right? That's not an issue. I don't mind that. But when a girl is like being disrespectful, because not to name any specific people, but you know how some people like they get upset very easily and they like are very very quick to like be really snappy and like just hella disrespectful for no reason.
Mm-hmm.
That kind of stuff is a huge turnoff to me. Also clinginess to a certain extent. There is a very thin line, I guess, that I have in between like being attached and being dependent, right? I don't think that I can ever date a girl that's like dependent on me for their happiness,
Yeah.
if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you're not happy with yourself and able to be independent, I don't think that I would be able to date you, because I literally get uncomfortable talking to my parents for like consistent periods of time, let alone somebody who's like, if you don't talk to me every 4 seconds, I'm literally gonna cry. Like, I'm all about communication and I'm all about like hanging out, but like sometimes I'm busy, sometimes I, need to chill by myself. Because like I said, I technically am an introvert. Like sometimes I just need to chill by myself. And like, if you can't respect that, like that's a huge turnoff for me. Those are probably the two biggest ones.
Got it. And lastly, finishing up the dating scene, the topics. Based on those who you've dated or been in relationships with, this is kind of weird to ask, maybe per se, but like, what was like what's the pattern of who you've dated? I know you're not with them for a reason anymore, but what, I guess, is like the commonality, the attraction, appeal?
I guess technically when I was in college, I would have had more of a pattern between the two girls that I dated, and that would be like more of like the scene kids. Like both of them had like the like the hair that was down like this, and were like really into like pop punk music and stuff like that.
Okay.
And then the two girls that I dated when I was in Italy, I think at that point it was like genuinely women that I could potentially, not necessarily them specifically, but like the characteristics of a woman that I could date to marry, right? Like I wasn't just dating anybody for the sake of dating. I was dating women that I was like genuinely like, this is the kind of stuff that I could see in like a future wife. So like,
I see.
kindness, gentleness, nice smiles, like beautiful smiles, really caring and compassionate about other people and about me. Yeah. So I guess now that I'm a little bit older, because I'm still a decent amount older than like most of the people I feel like on Twitch. As I'm getting older, I'm more focused on eventually getting married at some point if a girl ever likes me again. And so like my focus is more on women that I would want to spend forever with, as opposed to women who we enjoy the same things, and so it's fun to be around you for this period of time.
Yeah. Okay. Another big topic that I really like talking about on the podcast is mental health. All right. So
I'm gonna go to the bathroom first if we're gonna talk about this one, because it's gonna be a minute.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
We'll use the bathroom then too. All right, big topic though, guys. Thanks for tuning in. Mental health, finishing up some of the more deeper and personal stuff. While I eat too. All right, chair stream. Here we go. Hello, hello.
Hey, I tried to get the doggo to come upstairs, but she is content with sleeping.
No worries. Okay. So mental health, huge topic.
Mental health, huge topic.
Huge. Let's start things off with how are you doing as of now? Like, how are you mentally as of now? Would you say your mental health?
I would say that I am trending upwards.
Trending upwards.
Trending upwards. I still have my very down days.
Mm-hmm.
But I would say for the most part, I have more good days than I have bad days.
Okay. So with that being said, to whatever level of comfort you want to talk into it, what challenges do you feel like you've been facing, like that's affecting you mentally? What are the challenges?
I would say the big one, like, probably is this school that I'm in. So for those of you who don't know, I am in a year and a half long Korean course, where basically by the time I graduate, I'm supposed to be fluent enough to get dropped into Korea and be able to understand things that people say and translate them so that North Korea doesn't blow us up. That involves being able to fluently talk with the locals, and everything from the first unit that we did was like basic family structures and stuff, to this last unit that we did talking about like crime, politics, natural disasters, stuff like that. So pretty much this school is really hard. Like, I literally never did anything Korean before. I didn't even know. Apparently, there's a 21 Pilots song that says "Annyeonghaseyo" at the beginning of it, and like, I didn't even know what that was when I was singing it. I was just like, they're making random words. That sounds kind of fun. I'm gonna sing this when I sing this song. Like, I did listen to a little bit of BTS like the last few years before I really knew, but like, I didn't really know Korean. Like, I didn't know anything. I didn't watch K-dramas. I didn't do any of that stuff, right? So the school is really, really stressful. Because pretty much like, if you fail so many tests, and by fail I mean get like a C, not like get Fs. Like, you get C's on the tests and they like kick you out. I don't want to get kicked out. So it's easily between that and, as I alluded to earlier, since I am previously in, so I'm called prior service, versus the majority of the people that are in the classes are straight out of boot camp. I'm not allowed to hang out with them. Therefore, I don't have many friends. Therefore, I don't have many opportunities to go out and touch grass, which is really good for your mental health. So typically, I stay inside all day. So I'm in class for 7 hours a day, 5 days a week. And then I go home and do homework and game, which gaming is great. I love all of the friends that I've made from gaming, but being outside is good for your mental health, and I don't really do that very much. So,
Yeah.
Of course, piggybacking off of the last topic, I will be 30 this year. And while I know that technically in the grand scheme of things, that is still very young, as certain people keep reminding me, it does still suck to be 30 almost and see like all your friends who are like married and with kids or like in really like deep relationships, and I'm just like, I have a dog.
Yeah.
I have 3.5 viewers in my Twitch chat every single night, and you guys have children. Who's really winning here? So that's tends to be something that creeps in. Not so much that I'm like, dang, I need a girlfriend right now, or dang, I need a wife right now, but more just like seeing people at the stage of their life where they're kind of like making more mature adult decisions and like settling down. And I'm like not anywhere near that, which is fine. Like everybody gets to that point at a different point in their life.
Yeah.
And then most recently the injury, of course, because like it actually physically shuts me down from playing sports. At least when COVID first started, like a lot of leagues and stuff shut down, but like we were still like going out in town and like finding private places to play at, and we're still able to play like soccer and stuff. But like with the injury, I physically can't play those sports. So like I can't even go practice if I want to. I like just can't do anything. So that's like probably the most frustrating thing right now.
So that's quite a lot to really think about, and I could see how that would build up, especially when you feel like you're alone sometimes, because I totally understand that like gaming could be somewhat of a distraction and having friends online, but they're not with you like all the time, and in the end you're physically alone, right?
Yeah.
I see. So as of now, whenever you feel like you're at really low points mentally, how have you been, like, what are you doing to pull yourself out, right? With that being said, what advice would you give, even though you're still struggling with it?
So previously, when I was first here and really getting stressed out by the school, I did get therapy. Helped me a lot. I actually had a conversation, I think maybe it was in Kawaii's chat a couple of weeks or a couple of months ago. And like therapy isn't for everyone, right? It's not going to solve your problems.
Yeah.
It will help you find solutions to your problems, but it's not always going to like, not everybody's going to go to therapy and leave and like magically be better. And not everybody is going to like gel with the therapist that they go see, right? But for me, it was really good because the guy that I went to, he wasn't like trying to fix anything, right? He wasn't listening and being like, well, I am a wise therapist, let me tell you how to fix this problem. It was more like, tell me what's going on, why do you think this happened, and really made me think about the different things that were going on in my life that were leading me to that point. And that helped me be able to like compartmentalize things better and like be able to understand, well, I'm feeling this situation because of this thing, what can I do to make me not feel this way about this. Forgive this particular thing. Move on from this particular thing. That's what helped me get over the one girl, right?
Yeah.
I finally was like, you know what? Maybe it did have something to do with me, right? But more likely, it probably was just her, right? Not like she's a bad person or anything, but she's not interested. And that's not something that anyone should ever be like, how dare you not be interested in me? Like, you're terrible because you're not interested in me. Like, it's just life. Like, so once I got that into my head, it made it a lot easier for me to take that and be like, well, that was a good part of my life, and I will be happy for that part of my life. And now I'm going to move on and take that into, eventually when I do get into my next relationship, I'm going to take the good things that I got from that and be able to put that to better use. So there was that, and I have some of the best friends in the entire world who, as much as just like I told you earlier, I hate talking about emotional stuff, especially about myself.
Yeah.
But I have some of the most amazing friends in the world who listen to me when I finally feel the need to talk about stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And they do the same thing. Like, they don't try to fix my problems. They don't try to like be like, well, this is terrible, I can't believe this happened, blah, blah, blah. They're like, well, thank you for telling me. I think that you're great. I think this kind of stuff is going to happen, and that's okay. And eventually it'll work itself out.
Mm-hmm.
And being able to be blessed with such a good friendship circle that I have met through, it's pretty much at this point all friends that I've gamed with are people off of Twitch.
Mm-hmm.
But still, like, friends are friends, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter where you meet
Exactly.
them, how you know them. What matters is how you feel about each other. And so having that support group has really helped me. Like I said, I still have really bad days, but I know that when I have those days, I can reach out to one or multiple of them, and I'll be like, hey, I'm having this problem, I'm feeling this way about it. And they listen, and they make me feel worth listening to.
Yeah.
And that's huge for me, because I didn't really have that growing up. So
Mm-hmm. Love that. So knowing that you have support, it has really helped you move upwards, right? In your mental
Yes.
state that you've mentioned.
Mhm.
While we're still on this topic, is there anything else you would like to talk about when it comes to just your mental state or anything? Because it could really be a touchy subject and you never know what people are going through, but it is always good to sit back and listen, or even to vent.
Mhm.
Yeah, so is there anything you want to express on that matter?
I don't really have much that I haven't shared with the people that that I need to share with. As far as my own stuff. But I will say, for other people, even if it's not me, even if it's not Wilson, even if it's not somebody your brother, sister, wife, uncle, random person in Twitch chat, somebody that you know off of Discord, there's always one person out there that will listen. And remember, when you are like at your lowest, that you can always turn to people to help, because it's better for you to turn to people to help than to try to get drastic and take things into your own hands because you can't handle something, right? And at the end of the day, the most important thing is to make sure that you trust those people.
Yeah.
Because there's nothing worse than being down and really needing somebody and turning to the wrong person for various reasons. Like they, give your secrets away that you didn't want other people to know. They don't care. There's so many various reasons why you have to trust those people.
Mm-hmm.
But always make sure you have at least one person that you completely trust, that you can talk about life with, and it'll help you a lot.
Yeah. Indeed, well said. Okay. So, aside from mental health, how would you say COVID has affected you? Yeah, like your life specifically. You've mentioned like sports, right? There's that. That's one of the factors, but in what other ways?
I think in general it just made me go out less.
Mm-hmm.
Like I would still go out like a significant amount, even if I wanted to go back home and recharge by myself. I still enjoy going out with people, whether it's like just going to like watch a movie or like go get food or go on a hike or anything. I love hanging out with my friends. So like COVID kind of killed a lot of that for me, and it got me much more comfortable with just staying at home and doing my own thing. It also made it a lot easier to order like DoorDash and stuff. So, it's made it. I don't want to say it's made me less dependent on making myself be responsible and do stuff, but it definitely facilitates it a lot easier, because it's like, why take 45 minutes to make a dinner when I could order DoorDash and not have to work and have my food in like 20 minutes? So, like there's always that temptation that comes up with like the convenient things to do just because of COVID.
Yeah.
Like it's crazy how convenient life has become since everybody's been stuck inside.
Mm-hmm.
That's probably the biggest one, to be honest.
Yeah, for sure. That is true. All right. Kind of switching gears, just trying to see what's in it for you in the long run. As of now, what would you say your goals and aspirations are in life?
I want to graduate this school and then get out of the military as soon as I can.
Yeah.
Eventually, as we kind of touched on earlier, I would love to get into shoutcasting like full time. I really enjoy it. I think I'm pretty decent at it. Apparently, other people think that I'm semi decent at it. As it has been voted many times, I am the 15th best caster in Wilson Chang's community. So, there's only 14 other people that are better than me. So I would love to do that. Eventually, I also would love to, like I said, be a community manager for something. I really want to make an impact on people's lives. So, and I love video games. And between the two of those, being a community manager feels like the perfect role, because you're like actively a part of making sure that the community is being taken care of. While if you're a good community manager, listening to people and taking the community's best interests back to the game so that the developers can make the game that the community wants and not the game that the developers want, which I think is significantly more important.
Mm-hmm.
eventually find somebody to settle down long term with, have a family, and try to be the best dad that I can be, best husband I can be, and eventually get old and die, but not like suffer.
Yeah.
Right. I don't want to be one of those people. Like, shout out to people that make it to 100 and like, do their thing. I don't think I want to live that long though, because I know, I guess technically as medicine advances, it'll probably be easier to get that way and still be healthy, but like, I don't want to get to a point where I'm not healthy when I'm old and like suffer constantly. I already do that now. I have a back of like a 60-year-old.
Oh,
So.
jeez. All right, those are goals and aspirations. In terms of traveling, since you've already done some, where would you like to go in the future for travels and leisure?
My biggest life regret was when I was in Hawaii. Maybe not my biggest life regret, but a significant life regret is the 3 years that I was in Italy, or in Hawaii. I never made it to Japan. So I really want to go to Japan at some point.
Mm-hmm.
I'm keeping my fingers crossed that when I graduate from here, I'll go to Korea. So then I'll be in Korea, and from Korea, I can go to Japan. And then I'm taking out both of those because I have never been to Asia. I've been all over Europe. I've been all over North America. So Asia is like the next big continent that I want to go to. Other than that, anywhere with beautiful views and nice weather, like, if I got the money to go, I'm down to go.
Mm-hmm. And aside from Hawaii being one of like your favorite spots, right? What would you say is the most, let's say, underrated place that you've been to?
I went to... Hold on. I have to look it up. I went to one of those small little European countries.
Oh, good.
Slovenia, which is this tiny little country in between Italy and Croatia. You probably wouldn't even notice it on the map if the name wasn't on there, you probably wouldn't notice it, right? So on this same trip that I went to with this previous girl, we went to Venice, and then while we were there, we were like, you know what? The border of Slovenia is right there. There's a really cool town. Let's go over and hang out. So we spent a day in Slovenia, and the people were so nice. The food was amazing. The views were breathtaking. We went to like this castle on the lake, and it was winter time, so like everything had like the Christmas decorations put up and everything, and it was so cool. So, but not a lot of people, like, that's not a place that a lot of people go to. Like, it's not like people are there and they're like, wow, I went to Slovenia today, bro. Like, they're like, oh, I went to, Germany or England or Portugal, Spain, those places. But like, how many people do you know that can tell you that they've been to Slovenia before?
None at all.
Other than me. Exactly. So that's really cool. As far as underrated places go,
yeah.
As far as favorite places, other than Hawaii, it's definitely Germany. I heckin' love Germany so much, and not just because I grew up there. Actually, probably because I grew up there, but like, Germany is so cool.
Germany, okay.
I love Germany.
Which specific spot?
Yes.
Everything.
The whole country.
Got it.
Everything about Germany.
Mm-hmm.
The food is good. The people are great. They love soccer there. The views are always really good. It has 4 seasons, but like I don't know, there's something about it that it was okay when I lived there.
Nice. Okay, sounds good. All right, here we go. Coming into the latter half of the podcast, we are gonna switch gears to social media.
Social media.
All right. Aside from Twitch, which is a huge topic we're gonna get into, what socials can we find you actively on?
Well, you can now, as of about 3-4 something weeks ago, find me active on my Twitter at KVNKoi with an underscore. Honestly, I've always been really bad about using social media.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, I've been trying to make a positive effort at using it more because, one, it's a cool way to stay in touch with friends that I meet. And two, it's good for Twitch growth to build outside. Which, speaking of growing outside, I also, as of like this week, created a TikTok. It has 3 videos on it, and none of them are edited or anything fancy. It's literally just gameplay pulled from my stream.
Mm-hmm.
You follow me on TikTok. That's pretty cool. For those of you who don't, Wilson follows me on TikTok. So, you know,
Let's go.
I'm cooler than some people. I got famous Wilson on my following list. I think I'm probably going to try to figure out how to like do editing videos and stuff for TikTok, but I am absolutely terrible with technology aside from like hitting the go live button and clicking heads, which I'm not really good at clicking heads either. But I am absolutely terrible with technology, so like if anybody is trying to like coach me in TikTok videos, let me know. Like hit me up cuz I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. I technically have a YouTube, but I can't remember the last time that I uploaded anything to it.
Yeah.
Eventually, one day, I will be more consistent on there as well. But right now, I don't really have the time to focus on making YouTube videos, I don't think, just because of school and like trying to. It's basically at this point, because school takes up so much of my time,
Mm-hmm.
I have to either stream or make YouTube. And while YouTube is probably technically better for growth, I love my community and I love hanging out with people live. So
Yeah.
I'd much rather stream and like have less of a audience, but have more meaningful interactions than YouTube videos. So
For sure. All right. Here we talk about Twitch. So talk about how you got onto the platform and what made you decide to stream.
So back in like okay, so I didn't really start playing video games until I joined the military, also, just like my anime watching addiction now. So I didn't really start gaming until like 2013, 2014. I didn't own a PC until like 2016, maybe. And I tried doing like straight PS4, like play share or whatever it was, where you could share directly off your PS4 to Twitch and YouTube. Didn't really get anything at the time. And then I got a PC and I was like living in the barracks in Hawaii and I was like, yo, I'm gonna start streaming. But I didn't get a PC until like 3 or 4 months before I left, so I never really got really off the ground with it. I had a few people that would watch, but nothing like super consistent. It was even like there's like some random clip. You know how sometimes when people shout you out and like a clip will play?
Yeah.
There's like this one random clip from when I first started, and I look like I'm about 12. Just sitting there like in my barracks room in Hawaii, and every time I see it, I'm just like, how is this clip still here? But that was that, and then I moved to Italy. When I lived in the barracks in Italy, the way that the connection was set up, I wasn't able to stream off of my PC. I was only able to stream off of my PS4. And I didn't want to stream off of my PS4 because I was pretty much exclusively a PC gamer at that point. I just had my PS4 for like solo games.
Mm-hmm.
So when I finally moved out, I was like, cool, I'm gonna get my own internet. I'm gonna start streaming again. It's gonna be great. Except for the internet everywhere was literally trash. Like, I physically could not get internet that would support me streaming. Like, I was getting like 0.4 megabits of upload. So I basically wasn't able to stream the entire 3 years that I was in Italy. And then I came back here and I was like, cool, I'm moving to California. I'm going to be in the States. I'm going to get good internet. I'm a splurge. I'm going to get the best internet so I can get back to streaming again. And I started streaming when I first got here before I started class. And then class happened and it was really rough at the beginning. I was still able to game, but I wasn't able to like stream actively all that much. And then I don't know, eventually I just decided that I wanted to make it a priority again. So I slowly started getting back into it, and I met Crispy Bacon and Giles through Twitch, and they started introducing, well, I met Giles through Crispy, and then I met this community through Giles. So because of those two, I pretty much started like making real like friends off of Twitch. And so when I was streaming, like people would slowly start coming in and hanging out. And eventually I made affiliate back in like August or something. And then like coming to this community and casting your tournament got me some fans, or whatever you want to call them, people who pity me. And then casting Crystal's tourney a couple weekends ago really kind of made things like, I'm not getting crazy viewership, but it kind of brought more people to stay consistently in my stream. And for me, that was huge because like I don't want to say that I kind of cheated my way into affiliate, but I kind of was like, hey, yo, just be a friend, be a dog, like give me a follow and like open up my stream. You don't even have to chat. You don't have to pay attention. Just like open up my stream so that it says that I have an average of 3 viewers so that I get affiliate. And then immediately after I got affiliate, I dropped down below 3 average viewers, right? But for me, as much as viewership is important in a sense that like the more people you have in your chat, the more chance you have for interaction. I personally care about the interaction more than the numbers. So I would rather have like 1 or 2 people in my chat, and they don't even have to be chatting like every second, but just like consistently interacting, than have, 500 or 600 viewers and not being able to pay attention to them. I think ideally I would want to get to a point where I probably have like somewhere between 40 and 100, like 100 at most viewers at one time, just because that's a comfortable level to be able to keep up with chat and be able to, most importantly, like be able to recognize people and be able to keep up with them as people, not just like in the interactions that you have going on at specifically at the chat at the moment, but like being able to keep up with the people that are consistently there and like keep up with them in their life. Because my main goal is to interact with people and make them feel that they have a positive, safe environment that they can hang out in. Because I don't deal with that toxicity shit. I don't deal with people being disrespectful, and like you do that shit, you're out. So I just want people to feel safe and comfortable. And even if that means you're not in there chatting, right? I have 2 or 3 people that I know who have literally told me, they're like, I don't come in and chat because either I don't feel comfortable doing it, or I enjoy your stream, but I'm doing other things while you're streaming, right? Like I'm playing my own games, or I'm, I've got you on while I'm like doing homework or something, but I want to be in your stream because I enjoy the atmosphere. And to me, that means a lot, because at the end of the day, that's what I'm here for. I'm literally, technically I started streaming because I was already playing games, and I was like, well, I'm already playing games, I might as well stream. And then since I'm doing that, I might as well try to make a community that people enjoy being in. So that's me streaming. And for, I guess, Greg's talking about the sponsorship, so I guess I will segue into my sponsorship time. Did you guys know that if you go to Swift Lifestyles and put in the code KVNKOI when you check out, you can get a 15% discount off of your purchase? Swift is pretty much the exact same thing as G Fuel, except Swift sponsors me and G Fuel doesn't. So, why support G Fuel when you can support me? And this is the part where I would smile really big and say, thank you for supporting me. Granted, I'm not cool enough to have like my own flavor, mostly because with this company, since they're a little bit smarter, apparently, a little bit smaller, apparently you have to pay them to have your own branded thing. And I don't feel like doing that, because let's be honest, I don't make enough off of this to pay them to pay me. So yeah, that's my sponsorship. Eventually, would it be cool to work for somebody like Advanced GG or G Fuel? Sure, but gotta start somewhere. And I'm very happy that they were willing to take me in and support me.
Yeah, you touched on a lot of different topics that I was going to ask you on Twitch, which is great.
Okay.
So, throughout your entire journey, what would you say is one of your favorite memories on Twitch?
Making affiliate was huge, obviously, even if I did kind of technically cheat my way there. But it's still, like I had to have people that were willing to make that happen.
Yeah.
If we're talking about specifically my own stream, there is a partnered Genshin streamer who, she still streams Genshin, but she's mostly streaming Lost Ark now, called Doomsday Gal. She's super cool. She's like fantastic, right? But she's also a really good friend. As far as like, if you come into your chat and you're talking to her, she is emotionally invested in her viewers, and she remembers things about you, and she wants to know more about you. So here I am, little old me, doing my thing, averaging my 2 viewers a night or whatever. And she has a subathon and she had like, I don't know, like 200 people in her chat at one point. And I was in there before I started streaming that night, and I was like, hey, hey, congratulations. And I gave her like, I don't know, I gave her like $10 towards her subathon or something. So I was like, I support you, you're great. Left, went to go do my stream. And she ended up raiding me that night with like 65 people. Now, when I tell you, like 65 doesn't seem like that much to a lot of people. But for me, who averages maybe 2 viewers a night at best at this point, and like has a hard enough time talking to people that I know in stream, having 65 people come in all at once and being like, hey, we're raiding, and seeing all those messages go off, I was just like, and actually broke for probably like a solid 10 seconds. But that was really, really cool. Just like, once again, numbers aren't everything, but seeing somebody being willing to bring their community to me was really cool. And like, anytime I get rated, I love it, whether it's 1 viewer or it's 65 in her case. Like, I love when people feel like I'm worthy of their community supporting me, and they feel safe enough to trust their community to me. Whether those people stay or not is completely different, but the fact that you as a streamer felt that I was, because obviously there's some people, even if you're friends with them, you're not going to rate them, right? Because it's not the right vibe for your community, or like, as cool of a person they are, maybe they're just not safe for your community for various reasons, right? And so like, anytime somebody raids me is huge. Specifically that one, because I looked up to her so much when I was finally getting underway, and then she brought the community to me, was probably the best one. Outside of that, overall, since I've been on Twitch, there was this one guy named Chang, and I showed up in his chat one day while watching Giles's interview, and he said that he was looking for casters for this Valorant tournament that he was doing. And I was like, yo, I've casted before. I haven't casted Valorant, but I've casted before. Like, I mean, I could hang out if you really want. And, he was like, cool, we have another caster. That's great. And then I casted that tournament and met a lot of really cool people through it. So, yeah, that would probably be my best overall moment on Twitch, even though it wasn't technically my channel.
Yeah. Dang, love that. Love to hear it. The journey. All right. So speaking of shoutcasting, how did you get into that?
Had to show it off one time.
Yeah.
So I've always been into sports. I've always been, even like esports, right?
Mm-hmm.
I've always thought competition was really cool. And even as a little kid growing up, when I was doing like sports in the backyard or whatever, I was doing my own fantasy thing in my head. Like, even playing just like when I would pick up sticks and pine cones in the yard, I would like cheat and basically take sticks and hit the pine cones into the woods like I was playing baseball. And so like, I would always be hearing announcers in my head while I was doing it, because I was that kid. And I was like, bottom of the ninth, 2 outs. He's up to bat. Oh, he hits it. It's gone. Braves win. Right? So I always was like, I loved announcers. There's so much excitement that they bring to the game. Especially for like, it's really cool how, because obviously it's different when you're at the actual game. There's a different person you have like the PA announcer who's like doing like talking about substitutes and stuff, but they're not doing like actual game announcing like you would see on TV or the radio. But those people who do the announcing are able to take the excitement that you see that you would normally have in the stadium and replicate it by talking. I'm good at talking. Like, I do hate meeting new people, but I'm very good at talking. And then esports, it's even crazier because like a lot of people look at esports and they're like, how do you watch somebody play video games? Like, I have a hard enough time watching sports on TV, let alone watching somebody play a video game. And you still get that same level of enthusiasm and energy off of people because they love what they do and they love the game. And so I was always like, I'm not the best at playing video games, but I'm good at talking. So like, you know, if I figure out a way to get into the scene, maybe I could do this. And nothing really ever came up until COVID hit. And I don't even remember how, but I was like I was like participating in Hearthstone tournaments here and there because I was like really, really big into Hearthstone at the time. And I remember joining this one Discord and they mentioned that they were doing a tournament, and I was like, you know, I know a lot about Hearthstone and I know you guys are streaming this tournament. You guys need casters. And the guy was like, maybe not for this tournament, but I'll keep you in mind for the next one. Let me do like a tryout with you or something. And I did the tryout, and the guy was like, dude, you're really good. Like, you're really good. I definitely want you to come cast for me. So I did like 6 or 7 months of pretty much every other weekend casting Hearthstone tournaments. Not quite as exciting as Valorant, but still really good. And you know, you still bring the same passion and the same level. It's just a little bit different. It's like if somebody's commenting a chess tournament, they're not going to be like losing their mind every 4.6 seconds, right? Because it's not the same level of energy. But you still can bring the same passion and enthusiasm, just on a different scale. So I was doing Hearthstone. Meanwhile, I was still watching a lot of Pro League from Rainbow Six, because that was the big game for me at the time. And I would start doing like practice casting. Like I would find VODs that didn't have audio, and I would like practice casting over them. But nothing ever ended up coming of that. I kept trying to find tournaments. Nothing ever happened, right? And then I got back here, and the Hearthstone tournament that I was doing, they stopped a little bit before I came out here because the guy who was hosting them had some life changes come up. He didn't have time to do the tournaments anymore. So the tournaments just kind of died out. And I got here, and it just initially wasn't a priority. And then I started trying to find it again, but same thing, especially because Valorant kicked off, right?
Yeah.
But same thing was happening. You know, I wasn't getting in. Either people would leave me on red, or they would just be like, you know, we need somebody with a little bit more experience for this tournament, and like, you have Hearthstone experience, not FPS experience. And I would even send them videos of me doing Rainbow Six, and they were like, but have you ever casted an actual event before? Well, no. So eventually it got to a point where you guys had the tournament. I think it was the guys tournament and the girls tournament that you did.
Yeah.
A little bit before that previous one. And I was like, I watched because I wanted to watch Giles play and I wanted to watch Kawhi play. And I was like, that's really cool. This is like a really well put together tournament for it being like a little community tournament. That's crazy. And then when you were doing the next tournament, I was talking to Giles and I was like, hey, yo, man, do you know if this guy like needs casters? Because like I'm totally down to like cast. He's like, I don't know, you got to go ask him yourself. And then I honestly like didn't really know you. I came into your channel to watch them play, but I don't think I even said anything to you.
Yeah.
The 2 times that I came in watching them, because I was just kind of like had it on in the background while I was doing other things.
Mm-hmm.
And then when Giles was doing his interview, I was like, hey, yo, like this guy's talking about needing casters for his tournament. So, I offered and you gave me a huge opportunity and let me come in. And it's led to where I am today. Which was casting before I came onto this podcast.
Yeah. Crazy. Things that have happened within the last few months.
Dude, it's only been what, like 3 months at most, 3 or 4 months since your last tournament, and I've casted your tournament. I casted Crystal's tournament, and I did the finals for both of those. And then I'm now on this other organization or tournament, whatever they are.
Yeah.
And like I said, I literally did 2 games before I came on to the thing, and then I have more stuff to do tomorrow.
Mm-hmm. Huge. Plenty of stuff. So that's the shoutcasting stuff. What do you feel like you personally need to improve on as a shoutcaster? Why do you label yourself as number 14 in the community? What does it take to be number 1?
Well, to be honest, so this kind of goes back to the mental health. I guess this is something that I could have talked about. I'm really, really bad about not hyping myself up.
Oh, okay, that's
to the
fair.
point where it's like negative,
Mm-hmm.
like badly negative, to a point where people are like, okay, there's a point where you're being humble, and there's a point where you're like almost seeking attention by being negative about yourself. And like, I don't view myself that way. I don't do it because I'm seeking attention. I do it because I genuinely hate like sounding like I'm bragging.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily think that I am the best caster, and there's so much that I can work on, right? I can work on more game knowledge. There's things that I say a lot that I can try to cut down on. Like, I know I say huge a lot. Like, that was a huge kill. That was a really huge moment for the team. What a huge flank. Blah blah blah. Like, trying to limit the amount of things that I say consistently over and over again, because eventually it gets to a point where people hear that and they get like a little irritated.
Yeah.
Hearing the same. It feels like you're hearing the same cast over and over again. And I think at the level that I'm casting right now, I do legitimately think that I'm really good. Do I think that I'm necessarily ready for like VCT casting? Probably not. But I think the more opportunities that I get to work with people who have more experience, who I can learn from, the better that I will get. Like this tournament that I'm doing, I didn't realize, I thought that I was casting, I thought this week was like the platinum below tournament, but this weekend has like legit teams that have played in like tier 4 pro competitions. Like one of the teams played in like the Pittsburgh Knights competition that just happened a couple of months ago, and like actually beat Pittsburgh Knights in one of the maps. And like literally the game that I casted today had the number 183 Radiant in the game. So like, it's a completely different level than anything that I've ever casted before. And honestly, it felt just as comfortable casting that today as it did casting anything else, because I'm pretty much at a point where I know for the most part what I do well.
Yeah.
And I stick to that. Granted, as I said, there's always room for improvement. I am by no means the best caster in the world. Maybe not even the best caster in the community. We have some absolutely cracked casters in this community. But I definitely think that I am like good.
Yeah.
Great even. Like not to be like super braggy, but like I do think that I'm really good, especially for the level that I'm at.
Very true, very true. Glad you acknowledged that. Okay, so other questions relative to Twitch. Does your family know that you stream?
Yes.
Do they have opinions? For versus no?
I think at the end of the day, they think it's a waste of time, but they also know that it's something that I'm super passionate about, so they support it. Pretty much, like, especially right now, they're like, as long as you're still being successful in school and still like being successful like as a normal human being and like, you know, paying my bills and taking care of the dog and like,
yeah,
you know, still not scrapping by to survive and passing class and, you know, still finding time to healthily do the Twitch thing, like it's something that I'm passionate about, so they're okay with it. I'm also a 29-year-old man, so like regardless of what they think, I'm still gonna do it.
Yeah. Just for the viewers, as of now, what categories are you streaming and what is your schedule looking like nowadays?
All right, so for them, I don't really have a specific set schedule. It really just depends on like homework, and because like military stuff comes up every once in a while, right? For the most part, I try to stream at least 4 days, Monday to Friday. I'll get home from class, I'll take care of the dog, you know, do my normal stuff, unwind, and then responsibly, which is most of the time, I will start stream with homework and do my homework on stream. Because one, it makes sure that I get my homework done, and two, if there's anybody interested in learning Korean, they get to learn along with me, right? Cool. So I do that, get my homework out of the way, and then typically I'm playing Valorant most of the time because I really want to get back to gold. I do also play Destiny 2. I'm trying to get back into Genshin more because I really want to pull Ayako when she comes out next week. I play a little bit of Rocket League. I was playing Lost Ark when it first came out, but I haven't really put too much time into it. I tried Osu a couple times, and I'm really tragically bad at it. So as far as actual games go, I would say probably like 75% of it would be Valorant. And then the other 25% would be a majority of Genshin Impact or Destiny 2. And then the remaining little bit of it will be like Hearthstone or Hades or some random game. Because I like to be a variety streamer, so I like to not feel like I have to play a specific game. The only reason that I like legit play a ton of Valorant is because I really enjoy it and I want to get better. So
okay, there's that. Okay, talk about the pros and cons of Twitch.
Pros of Twitch. You get to meet a lot of really cool people, especially if you find yourself in a good community. You don't have to have any real interactions with people. So if you're like me and you hate meeting new people in person, you don't have to worry about it. Also, at the end of the day, if something really crazy is going on, you just don't have to stream and you don't have to worry about like bothering a whole bunch of people. yeah, definitely the biggest pro is like meeting new people, getting involved in new communities, getting to make you can make legitimately really good friendships with people on Twitch. Cons of Twitch, you're tempted to stay inside all day long, which is not necessarily very good for your mental health. You have to deal with internet trolls, which I always feel a little uncomfortable bringing it up, but like as a straight white male, I rarely have that issue, right? Because the majority of the people who do that kind of stuff, that's not the kind of stuff that they're targeting. So obviously a huge con of Twitch that I say fortunately very lightly don't have to deal with is the toxicity and hate that comes from stupid people doing stupid things. Like I know everybody knows about all the stuff that's going on in Valorant nowadays, right? That kind of stuff has always existed. It's just slowly becoming more and more brought to the light as people are finally deciding that they want to take a stand, which is great. And I think it's fantastic. And I support every second of it. I fucking hate toxicity. I'm sorry, I said it. I hate toxicity. I personally I don't understand why anybody would ever do stuff like that. Like I play sports. I'm an athlete. I've been an athlete my whole life. I understand shit talk. You know, I've been doing it. I do it myself when I play sports. But there's a difference between banter and like trying to get in your opponent's head and like rattle them, but being respectful and being disrespectful. Like telling somebody their free throw sucks is one thing. Telling somebody you're a girl, so you inherently suck is not cool. And I have never understood why anybody would do that. I also especially don't understand why people would do that to their own team. Because, like, you know, you may not like somebody, but you're on a team and you're trying to work for a common goal to achieve something. Like, nobody wants to throw RR unless they're smurfing and are radiant and are trying to get down into my silver lobbies to gatekeep me so I can't get into gold. Not salty about it. But like for the most part, people genuinely don't enjoy losing. Nobody's happy when they lose, right? So why would you want to put your team at a disadvantage by shutting down somebody else on your team? Why would you willingly put your team in at best a 4v5? But typically, unless you're a whole team of just like degenerates, more people on the team are going to genuinely be offended and upset when you do shit like that. Like, I don't understand it. So it's a huge con of Twitch. Like, not only video games, but just in general, there's so many like hate bots, hate raids, just people being downright just awful human beings. And then of course, like parasocial relationships go along with that too. Like people who are like, oh, you're a girl and I subbed to you for 16 months and I gave you a $250 donation on your birthday, so you're being really awful by not agreeing to come, you know, meet me when you come to LA for whatever, right? Or various things. The other big con to Twitch, I would say, is people's mental health being dependent on numbers.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that I said that I don't really look at numbers. It does affect me from time to time, not in a sense of looking at numbers, but like if I don't have interaction in chat. Because I'm like, what's the point of me streaming for people to watch and interact with I could just stream to my friends in my Discord while I'm playing and they can watch. If I really want somebody to just watch me, right? I stream for the interaction. So like when I go through periods of like long periods of time where I'm not having interaction in chat, it does get me down. But at the same time, I don't let numbers affect it, right? So whether I have one viewer or I have 50 viewers isn't an issue. But there's a lot of people who leave their viewer count up or leave their, they have some way of tracking the numbers constantly. And if they're not hitting that certain number or they're not seeing that number growth, they're like genuinely upset about it. So that's probably the other big con of Twitch.
Mm-hmm. Nice. And speaking of the mental on Twitch, how else would you say Twitch can, like streaming, can affect you mentally?
Well, if you're fortunate enough to have a great community who really cares about you and don't have to deal with toxicity, then it can be great for your mental health, especially people who are like, who don't feel comfortable talking to others and don't really have a good way to make relationships off of the internet. Being able to find that friend group and that sense of family and belonging can be huge for your mental health, right? On the flip side, when you have to deal with toxicity and people being little shits for no reason, that can be really bad for your mental health. Streaming is a two-edged sword. It can be so good, but it can be so bad, and that's part of the problem with exposing yourself to people on the internet. Whether it's like famous actors or sports stars, they'll all tell you the same thing. Like, it can be so good to have this many people that you have a positive effect on, and they'd be like, yo, I appreciate you so much. You're doing this for me. You're doing that for me. Like, I think honestly, the coolest thing that's ever happened to me in my entire life was I don't even remember what the song is now, but I sang a song on the radio when I was in Italy. And this random lady came up to me in the grocery store. I don't even know how she knew who I was, right? But this random lady came up to me in the grocery store and she was like, you were the guy that sang on the radio the other day, right? And I was like, yeah, that was me. And she was like, I used to hate that song until you sang it on the radio. And now every time it comes on, I let it play because you sang it so well. When you can have that kind of interaction, even if it's not, not every day, right? But if you can have that kind of interaction with people because of your community that you make on Twitch, it's so good for your mental health, right?
Mm-hmm.
But when Twitch and chat becomes something that you are dependent on for your mental health, it's bad. And of course, as I mentioned already, the toxicity, like I said, fortunately, I don't typically follow under any category that has to deal with that for various reasons. But for all of my friends that do have to go through, like, I can't imagine how it feels to go through that kind of stuff. And I'm sure it has to be terrible. There's so many people who like quit streaming or, like get really upset and have to take breaks off for mental health because of how bad some of their interactions can be with people. And I feel awful about it because I'm like, I can't do anything about it to help you other than spread awareness that you shouldn't be little shits. And I don't go through it, so I can't like share experiences with you and be like, this is how I got over it. I just have to sit there and be like, I'm sorry that happened. Like, I'm here if you want to talk about it, but like, there's not much that I can do other than just listen.
Mm-hmm. All right, that's the mental of it. So this next question is kind of on the same line as some of the stuff you already mentioned, right?
Mhm.
So talk about, in your opinion, what is the difference, the disparity of streaming as a guy versus girl on the platform?
You ask some very loaded questions. I do believe it is easier to gain a general following as a girl. Simply because the majority of the people who come onto Twitch are men who are interested in women, and they see cute girls on Twitch and they're like, this cute girl will give me attention when I talk to her in chat. And so I do truly believe that it is easier to gain a general following as a woman. However, I think it's easier to build a solid, consistent viewing of people who actually care about you and not just the fact that you're some cute girl as a guy. Because I think at that point, if people are genuinely following you because you're a guy, they like your personality, they like your gameplay, they feel like you're one of the boys, and they're there because they like you as a person and not as some person that they put on a pedestal and be like, this really cute girl talks to me, like I said. So that is my short form answer. And I think we don't have enough time left in this podcast for me to get into my long form answer, because that's a separate podcast in its own.
You think so?
Yeah.
Okay. No worries. Alright, so you listed out the pros and cons. Mental health. Basically described what it could be like on a platform. So what advice would you give to someone who's just trying to get started on Twitch, and for those who are just trying to grow in general?
Well, that's a great question, because I'm trying to figure that out myself. The biggest key that I've heard from most people is grow yourself outside of Twitch. You know, start TikTok, do YouTube, do other forms of networking, and bring those people to your Twitch channel, right? Because the majority of people that are already on Twitch aren't looking for new people to watch. They already have people that they enjoy watching. And so if they're going on Twitch, they're going on Twitch because they want to watch the people that they already watch. That being said, you can do it exclusively through Twitch. It's just a lot harder. But the best thing to do is just be genuine and be authentic. Don't be, don't pretend to be something that you're not, because eventually people are going to see through it. Now there's a difference in putting on a persona for stream and being fake, right? Because there's plenty of people who, like, do VTuber personalities, or like that one dude that dresses up like a pirate. Like, he's not a pirate in real life. But that's one thing. That's entertaining your crowd and drawing them in with, an entertainment value, as opposed to being a fake person. And people can always see through fake people. Outside of that, don't be dependent on numbers. If you really want to stream, do it because you want to do it, and don't have any huge expectations of being like the next Pokimane or the next Shroud or anything like that. If you get there, that's great. Fantastic for you. But especially after COVID, Twitch is super saturated. So don't expect to get there at least overnight. Some people are just blessed that they blow up out of nowhere. And if that happens, then that's great. But be understanding of the fact that that's a very small portion of people that do that.
Yeah. Okay. finishing up with a few more questions about Twitch specifically. How did you come up with your name?
So I used to be Dat Boy on a Koi, based off of the meme Dat Boy on a Koi. Because I just thought it was a really funny meme. And then one day, it was pretty much when I first started playing Genshin. I went to create my character name, and I was like, what would be a cool character name? And I was like, Tavian sounds kind of cool. And I was like, but I don't want to be Tavian. For some reason, it doesn't really just roll off the tongue. And then I was like, well, Cavian sounds kind of like Tavian. Cavian sounds really cool. So I named myself Cavian in Genshin. And then I was like, I kind of actually really like this name. So I kind of like slowly started incorporating it into more and more of my stuff. And eventually I became the Koi that is Cavian.
Dang, nice. Origin story.
Origin story.
All right. Next question. You talked about parasocial relationships, right?
Mm-hmm.
That, yeah, it happens. Twitch. What are your thoughts about having Twitch crushes, and do you have one?
Can I go to the bathroom again?
Yeah. Yeah, you can go to the bathroom.
Okay, I'll be right back. Sorry, I drink a lot of water because like I'm trying to keep my voice ready to sing,
Stay hydrated, guys. How did you get the nickname Fishman? Koi. Yeah, he's actually going to sing. If you guys didn't know, I hosted a talent show and he sang a song. I think it cut out a lot though, honestly. Unfortunate. I hope it doesn't cut out this time. He's avoiding the question. There's no way. We are definitely close to finishing podcast, so just letting you guys know.
All right, I'm sorry. What was the question?
What are your thoughts about having Twitch crushes, and do you have one?
Oh, that's crazy. I think Twitch crushes are fine. I suppose. In a general sense, I don't think it's too much different than like crushing on a celebrity, right? Like, for the most part, there's nothing weird in being like, I think that IU is one of the most beautiful women in the entire world. I love IU. I keep telling everybody in the Korean schoolhouse, I keep telling all my teachers that when I go to Korea, I'm marrying IU, and they laugh about it. But, in a sense, I don't think that having Twitch crushes is all that weird. I think when it gets to a point that you are trying to force some awkward things to happen, like trying to like slide into DMs with the intent of like,
Hey, I know you're this really cool Twitch streamer and all, and I gifted you like $500 the other day, so like, let's go on a date.
Like, I think that's kind of weird. As I said earlier when we were talking about like regular relationships, I think getting to know people and becoming friends with them, there's nothing wrong with that. And I think at the end of the day, if you get into a relationship off of Twitch, like, happy for you. I think that's great. I know that you know plenty of people that have done that. I know plenty of people that have done that. Maybe not plenty, but like a significant amount of people. Like, it's not impossible for it to happen, right?
True.
But I think there's a hard line that shouldn't be crossed, which is people using their viewership and any kind of gifts or support that they've given the streamer as a basis for that streamer to like them. So that is not cool.
Mm-hmm.
And I know I'm sure it still happens to guys too, but I know pretty much any girl streamer that's still in chat can probably say that this has happened to them before. At least once, if not multiple times. So, and it's especially awful when it's like you hear horror stories of like mods or like people that have been in people's streams for like years, and the girl is like, yo, we're chill, we're just friends. And then, the other person will freak out one day and be like, I've been in your stream for 5 years and I've gifted you 600 subs and I've subbed to you every day and I'm in all of your streams. Why don't you like me? How could you, date this other guy instead of me? Blah, 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 blah. Like, that's not cool. But I think if you can keep it healthy and within their personal boundaries, get to know them as a friend, because like not everybody wants to be friends with their Twitch viewers, and that's cool. Some people are okay with it. I think like for instance, a general majority of the people in this community, they are comfortable and okay with getting to know viewers once they've been in the chat for a while and they're in other people's chats within the community and they are respectful. I think people are at least okay with, gaming with them, getting to know them, and then maybe more stuff happens from there. But as long as you're not toxic or weird about it, I think it's okay. And if anybody got any Twitch crushes on me, just let me know.
So you're saying you don't have a Twitch crush?
Oh, I forgot I had that. Yes. But, for, not my own privacy's sake, but to not cause any drama, because I like I've said many times, I don't do with that drama shit.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
I won't say any names.
Oh, yeah, that's
But
cool,
I will
cool.
say yes.
All right. Nice. Moving on to the last question about Twitch. All right, for the people. I don't know if you know what's coming or what kind of question this is gonna be.
I don't remember.
All right, cool. That's perfectly fine.
No.
So, how does it feel to be famous?
Oh my god. I don't know. Yeah, it's kind of cool. Like, so I guess to be fair, like I'm used to being recognized because like I said previously, I tend to have my hands in a lot of things. It's like I play sports year round, like I'm active in church. Like when I was in Italy, I was in a band, right? And I worked at the hospital, so like everybody goes to the hospital, right? So I'm used to being recognized by people, right? And I'm used to people being like, "Oh, hey, how's it going?" Blah, blah. But recently, the level of people that are wanting to have genuine conversations with me and not just passing by conversations is crazy. Like, that itself I am not used to.
Mm-hmm.
And it's great because I love people and I love getting to know people. So like, if 48 people messaged me tonight and was like, "Yo, let's chat, let's hang out, let's talk," like, that's great for me. I love it. I love every single second of it. As long as I'm not like getting recognition or awards or like, I hate being put in front of people, if that makes sense. Like, I hate being put in front of large groups of people.
Mm-hmm.
Granted, I have rapped in front of 3,000 people before, but that's a different story.
Yeesh.
But like, I hate like getting awards and like getting put in front of people and being like, "Well, this guy's so good, he's so cool, everybody like him."
Mhm.
But like, I am always down to meet new friends and like have genuine connections with people. So like, I guess technically, the more people I know, the more chances I have that to happen. So, you know, that part I do really like about. I won't say that I'm famous, but I will say that I am within this community decently well known.
All right. There you have it. Briefly talking about Valorant. Right. Talk about your favorite agent in the game and least favorite.
Least favorite to play, least favorite to play against. What's
Um,
feeling?
just
two
it's
very
just
different
general.
questions.
It's,
fucking
you don't have
hate
to. You don't have
Breach.
to play. Yeah.
I hate Breach. I hate Breach with a passion. I have started playing him on Fracture if somebody takes Jet, because he is really, really good on Fracture. Other than that, I absolutely hate Breach. I think he's disgusting. The flashes, the stuns, the more stuns, the more flashes. Every bit of it I hate. He's not broken though. Like, I don't think that he's broken. I think that he's pretty well balanced. But I do despise him above all else. I hate being flashed. Favorite agent in the game.
Mhm.
I wonder who that could be. I think you already know the answer before I have to tell you,
Mhm.
because you and I main the same agent. It would be Jet. Jet
Okay.
is super cool. I am terrible at Jet, but I am trying to get better. And I am actively seeking more people to tell me how to be better, both at Valorant and at playing Jet. So if we have any crazy Radiant, Immortal, Plat, Gold, Silver, Bronze, anybody that's good at Jet that wants to tell me how to be a better Jet, let me know. Because I'm trying to grind, you know? Trying to get there. And like,
Yep.
I feel like my aim in general is getting a lot better, but like my gameplay sense, I did VOD review with somebody the other night, and they were going through with me and they were like, "You don't use your smokes very much, do you?" And I was like, "Well, I've tried to be more consistent with like doing one ways, like post plant and stuff like that, but like, no, I don't." And they were like, "Well, use your smokes more. Get out of situations if you don't have your dash. You don't really updraft that much and get into weird angles, which is basically what Jet is built for. You should do that more." My Jet knife is getting a little bit better, but still pretty terrible because I've always just been terrible at tracking. But you know, I've learned that the more I try to focus on killing people and not worry about doing super fancy stuff with the Jet knives, it works out better for me. So, one step at a time.
Yep. All right. Favorite gun and least favorite gun.
It depends on if I'm using it or going against it. I will say my least favorite gun to go against is the op.
Mm.
It's really oppressive to go up against an op, especially somebody that's good with the op, because if you're good with the op, especially at low ranks, it pretty much just becomes a point and click adventure. And you know, the general rule in silver is if somebody calls out that there's an op, 4 more people have to peek it. I also don't particularly enjoy playing against people that are like really nutty with the judge and they double blast pack with raise and like cut down 4 people before you can recognize what just happened. But I feel like the judge can be played around a lot easier than the op can be played around. Favorite gun is the Vandal. I am not particularly good with spray control. Excuse me. So, the Vandal is nice and comfortable for me because I can try to force myself to go to head for headshots and not spray. Also, there's not very many things more satisfying than hitting somebody with a headshot and then dying. Coming from Rainbow Six Siege, where literally any gun headshot is an insta kill, as opposed to hitting somebody with the Sheriff for 145 or hitting somebody with the Phantom for 140.
Yeah.
The Vandal feels really nice. That being said, I am trying to force myself to play Phantom a little bit more because I know that technically in the long run, the Phantom is a better gun the majority of the time, especially because I just bought the Singularity Phantom, which actually kind of slaps. Like, it feels really good to shoot the Singularity Phantom. For pistols, I kind of go back and forth depending on what agent I'm using. I go back and forth between the Sheriff and the Ghost. Typically, especially it's like if I'm playing Jet on attack, I'll use the Ghosts that I can buy a smoke and dash onto site and try to be aggressive. If I'm on defense, I typically use the Sheriff because I'm trying to take longer range fights as people push themselves into sight. Unless I'm playing Bind, in which case I love to rat in U-Haul with the Shorty because it's very satisfying to do that until everybody goes B and I have to pick up my classic and go run over there. Pretty much it.
That's the gun talk. All right. If you can only pick one skin bundle, what's your favorite?
For pure aesthetic purposes, Spectrum Skin Bundle is the best in the game. It sings to you. It's beautiful. The final kill effect is so cool. You basically get to have a little mini rave, especially B Haven. If you get the final kill inside of B Haven and you get like the legit rave going on inside of B Haven, it's nutty. It's probably one of the best experiences in Valorant. Realistically speaking, for usage, it's a toss-up for me between Reaver and Elderflame. I think the aesthetic of the Reaver Vandal is really nice. I love the sound that the Reaver Vandal makes when it gets kills, and it just feels comfortable to shoot. On the flip side, Elderflame is literally a dragon. Like, that's really cool. And the Elderflame was like my original aimbot gun. And I had to wait like a solid 8 or 9 months for Elderflame Vandal to actually show up in my store. So I really like Elderflame. However, I have more Reaver guns than I do Elderflame guns. So.
And lastly, rank your maps from favorite to least.
I think Bind is my favorite map to play, followed by Ascent. And then probably Breeze. What else is there? Fracture and Split, right?
Yeah. Fracture, Split, Icebox.
Oh, Icebox. Okay. So Bind, Ascent, Icebox, Haven. No, sorry. Bind, Ascent, Breeze, Icebox, Haven, Split, the range, the obstacle course, spike defusal training, escalation,
The freaking
and then
whole
fracture.
explode. Yeah, got it.
I actually don't mind Fracture in general as a map. I think Fracture is a cool design plan. I think it's really neat. It's unique. I think Fracture is a terrible comp map. Because either nobody knows how to play it, or people do know how to play it, but they're complaining about it the whole time. So if it wasn't comp, I would probably rank Fracture over Split and Haven. But in comp specifically, Fracture is at the very bottom of the list.
Okay. Alrighty. Down to the random questions that I have. So for these questions, these are like quick hitters. So you name something, like quick answer, alright?
Sounds good.
Biggest pet peeve.
People being clingy.
Oh, okay.
Love you guys.
Greatest fear.
Greatest fear.
Mm-hmm.
Having somebody I care about die that I can't do anything about it.
Mm-hmm.
Not like old age sense, but like watching somebody get shot or something in front of me and
Yeah.
not being able to save them.
Favorite food.
Tacos or ramen.
A quote that you like or live by.
I'll have to think about that one. Let's do some more questions, then I'll let you know when I think of something. I don't know.
The next one's kind of more deeper, but like, what would you consider as your greatest accomplishment in life so far and greatest failure?
My greatest failure probably getting myself kicked off the baseball team 2 years in a row. Because as previously discussed, I probably would have had a different life path if I didn't do it. Greatest accomplishment. Low key, like it sounds kind of lame, but picking up affiliate, like it's allowed me to have so many more opportunities and like motivated me to continue streaming and like keep trying to reach out and build a bigger community. And so like, yeah, probably making affiliate and somewhere along the line of like meeting new friends and like stuff like that. So Twitch, we'll say Twitch.
Okay. All right, back to the quote. Anything?
You miss 100% of the shots you don't take, and I guess that's more of like a sports quote for me. I tend to be very aggressive when I play sports and like always try to score. I'm a very attack-minded individual in sports. Sorry, I can't really think of any deep quotes.
No, it's okay. It's all on the top of your head. All right, these are my last three, and then I'm gonna ask chat to come up with their own questions. So if you have any questions specifically for Kay, feel free to tag me.
Okay.
All right, what was your... You talked about it earlier, how we met, but what was your first impression?
Of you?
Yeah.
Well, okay, so to be fair, when I first came in, like I said, I was watching those two tournaments and I was just like, oh, this guy puts tournaments together. He must be some really cool dude who's like super popular because like, you know, a lot of people are playing in his tournament and stuff. And then like first actual like interaction with you, which would have been
Podcast?
that time for Giles's podcast, I was like, damn, this guy kind of cute though. But I was really impressed with like how much you seem to genuinely care about like your community and the people, not just the person that you were interviewing at the time, but your chat. You were like constantly like in chat hanging out with people too, and just like overall, just your absolute level of care and devotion to your community is like really inspiring.
Thank you. Appreciate that. So, as of now, who are 5 streamers that you find yourself watching a lot?
The most.
Yeah, because you could lurk, support people, but
Yeah.
to actually sit and watch, per se.
Interact. Wilson Chang. Shout out twitch.tv/Wilson Chang. Follow him if you haven't. Sub if you want. Kawaii. I watch Kawaii a lot. Cat. This is really hard. I'm trying to look at people who are online right now.
It is hard.
My main girls, Chumby Gal, Sophie XL, and Oni Jans. I can't believe I forgot about them. Those three and Excalibur. I don't know if any of you guys know who Excalibur is. But the four of them, they're like the girl squad. They're like really good friends with each other in like IRL. I guess technically Rachel and Sophie are sisters, but the four of them are really good friends IRL, and they're all like nutty streamers. They're all fantastic. They have that same level of care about their community that you have. And they're all like actually people that I can legitimately say like I am friends with. Not just we know each other through Twitch, we hang out, I'm in their chats. Like I would legitimately call all four of them my friends. And
love that.
They're really awesome. So anytime that they're streaming, I'm pretty much, if not active in their chat, I at least have their chat or their stream pulled up.
Yeah.
But I try to be active as much as I can when they're streaming.
All right, and my last one. So, using your connection, who would you like to see as a future guest on this podcast, and why? You had to pick one person.
One person?
Yeah.
See, the issue is you've done 64 podcasts, including this one tonight, and I only know about 4 people that you've interviewed.
That's okay. If you name someone I've already interviewed, I'll tell you.
Probably Sophie or Excalibur. I love Jans, but I know that she's like super busy with life right now. But probably one of the two of them, just
Perfect.
because they're both like really awesome people, and they deserve all of the recognition for their accomplishments that they've gotten so far, and they deserve to both be in the spotlight. And I know you've already done Rach, so I can't say Rach.
Yeah.
But the other 3, particularly those 2, since they're not super busy right now, like there's, other than the fact that I know that you tend to try to keep it to people that you're consistently interacting with, like those 2 definitely deserve at least a shot to be on the stream.
For sure. Love that. Speaking of that, Sophie actually did sign up, so should expect to see her in the future.
Let's go, Soph. I would say Hein, but I know you already did his.
Yeah. All right, Hein's question. So when are you going to elope with Hein and Koji?
As soon as you guys win a championship.
All right, there you go.
As soon as you guys win a championship, that's. I already told Koji. I think I told you too. I think I told both of you at the same time. As soon as you guys win a championship, we're going to wherever it is that you're allowed to elope these days. Was that Vegas? Only Vegas?
It's only Vegas.
I'll meet you guys there.
All right, and that concludes all of my questions. With that being said, do you have a song to sing for us?
I do. Yeah, I actually have been thinking about this because, like, I know that you tend to invite people who at least think that they can sing to sing on
Yeah.
the stream. And I thought that maybe something a little bit more fitting towards the community
Mm-hmm.
as a bunch of Valorant gamers might be fitting.
Oh.
So
Okay.
I'm going to sing the song from the Neon trailer.
Oh shoot. Okay. Okay.
However, comma, I don't know how you want me to do this.
If you're gonna play a video, you could screen share it, which is fine. And then make sure your noise suppression is off, just so you don't cut out or anything.
Okay. I did this once. Let's see, voice and video, and noise suppression, and just all of these noise reduction and stuff turned off. All right.
Oh wait, you got significantly lower for some reason.
Oh, did I?
Yeah.
Is that better?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So apparently I need to leave automatic gain control on. All right. Hopefully I can still sing after talking for like 4 hours. All right, so
You got this.
I share my screen.
Yeah.
Now, are you gonna share this with them?
No, I'll just show you,
Okay.
but they should still be able to hear it. All right.
All right.
Can you test?
Can you hear the advertisement?
But remember
Yes,
that
I can.
the worst that can
I can.
happen.
All right. I'll leave it up to you.
Okay. Okay. Cool. Let me just stretch a little bit. Okay, we're good. Had good intuition, and I can see red flags in your eyes. So you can keep on talking, baby, all that you want, 'cause you're my entertainment tonight. Empty conversations, endless irritation. You must think that I'm off my head and that you've taken over my mind. I'm losing my patience, got me so frustrated. You must be so confident, thinking that I'm gonna give you my time and let you take all that you want from me. Try and leave me with nothing, that shit don't faze me. What kind of girl you take me for? I don't need your petty company. At least I know you're good for something, you entertain me. Go on and entertain me, boy. The stage is yours, so why don't you take it? I'm sure that you've rehearsed all your lines, but can you keep me guessing, not being so obvious, and prove that I was wrong the whole time? Empty conversations, endless irritation. You must think that I'm off my head and that you've taken over my mind. I'm losing my patience, got me so frustrated. You must be so confident, thinking that I'm gonna give you my time and let you take all that you want from me. Try and leave me with nothing, that shit don't faze me. What kind of girl you take me for? I don't need your petty company. At least I know you're good for something, you entertain me. Go on and entertain me, boy. Go on and entertain me, boy. I hear it all the time, pretty little lies, anything you'll try. I won't let you take all that you want from me. Try and leave me with nothing, the shit don't faze me. What kind of girl you take me for? I don't need your petty company. At least I know you're good for something, you entertain me. Go on and entertain me, boy. Take all that you want from me. Try and leave me with nothing, the shit don't faze me. What kind of girl you take me for? I don't need your petty company. At least I know you're good for something, you entertain me. Go on and entertain me, Hein.
Woo!
That was it. So,
That was so good.
I appreciate it.
Sheesh. Like really, really good. I did not expect you to do like that karaoke version of it. Oh my god.
I haven't sang off of like 4.5 hours of talking, maybe ever, but you know.
Yeah, that was nice. That was nice. Way to close things off. So, how are you feeling after all of the questions and podcasting for 4 hours plus?
I feel good, you know. I'm really thankful that I got the opportunity to not only share about myself, but also about my community and my dreams, because like I know everybody thinks that I'm a really good caster, but like I want people to understand that there's more to me than just being good at casting, right? There's depth. There's like I am, you know, more than just that. But you know, and even if all this does is just educates people a little bit more about me and doesn't really change anything, like it's worth it to know that maybe somebody heard something that they can take, especially from like the mental health talk and all that. Maybe people can take that and move on with their lives and, you know, have a slightly better day.
Yeah. Love that. All right, with that being said, before I close it off with my outro, what are you planning to do after this?
What time is it? 11:30? Well, I don't have anything to do tomorrow except for cast, so probably get back on Valorant and keep up the ranked grind. You know, if anybody if anybody's trying to carry me out of Silver 2, let me know, cuz like I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired, if you know what I'm saying.
All right, sounds good. And here we go. Let me close this off and then I'll let you go. Do your thing.
All right, thanks, man.
All right, and this has been the Chang Gang Podcast, episode 64, featuring Cody, aka Kavion Koi. Okay, thank you so much for being on this show. I really appreciate you. Do you have any final words for all the viewers and for those who will be watching on YouTube?
First of all, I want to thank you for being, first off, just an outstanding human being, a great friend, wonderful podcast host, and giving me the opportunity, like I said, to really share about myself, share about my community, let people get to know me a little bit more. Second, thanks to chat for hanging out tonight, whether it was just leaving a lurk and having the stream open or, you know, stopping in for the time that you could. I appreciate all of you, especially anybody that's going to be watching this on YouTube afterwards. Like, it's pretty cool that you're going to take the time after this is live to go back and watch something about me, because, like, let's be honest, I don't really think I'm that entertaining, but that's really cool. And finally, of course, like I said, I have to give a huge shout out to the girl squad, Rach, Soph, Jans, Kales, for just being awesome people, and always looking out for me, always trying to help me with anything that I need, just being genuinely really good friends. And then last but not least, of course, my own community. I wouldn't be where I am without any of you. Whether it's the friends that I've had since I started gaming 8 years ago, like my best friend Scott, down to my mods and people that I've met recently, like none of this would continue to happen if I wasn't supported by my own community on the Twitch side. Because like you can make as many friends as you want on Twitch, but if people aren't actively a part of your community, then the streaming itself kind of dies out, right? So I have to always, of course, remember my own community, because without them, I'm just some random dude sitting at a chair playing video games.
All right.
That's
Thank you for that, for kind message shouting everyone out, and for sharing your final thoughts. With that being said, guys, this is a wrap. Make sure to give this video a thumbs up and hit that subscribe button. I welcome you all to the Chang Gang with open arms. For those in chat, this is going to drop within the next few days on YouTube, so be sure to check it out. You could also use exclamation PVODs to see the whole playlist with all the podcasts. Remember, we have that special guest command, which leads you to Kay's Twitch channel. He is a fellow streamer. Show him some love. Drop him a follow. Be there. Get to know him even more beyond this. He is willing to take the time to talk to people, to make friends. So,
I want to get to know all of you.
yeah, let's share the love. Alrighty, take it easy, Kay. I'll see you in the next one.
Yes, sir. Appreciate it. Have a good night, everyone.
Take care, take care.